I know, right? We should show him.
All right, we're going to call to order the May 20th meeting of the West Sacramento City Council and the Redevelopment Successor Agency and Financing Authority. We're going to begin tonight, as we do each week, with the Pledge of Allegiance. So we'd like to invite our guests to join the council and staff in the pledge, which tonight is going to be led by our new fire chief, John Heilman. The council did not meet in closed session this evening, so we're going to proceed directly to our general administration agenda. Item 1A. Item 1A, as is noted on our agenda, is an opportunity for public forum. We are prohibited by state law from taking any action that's brought up under item 1A or actually even having a discussion about it, but it is in a time for areas that are under our jurisdiction to be raised by the public. We do ask that anyone wishing to address the council under this or any other agenda item tonight to please fill out one of the yellow cards that's available near the front door and turn it into the city clerk. In front of the clerk is a timer that we use that everyone to ensure that everyone gets a chance to be heard, and so to that end we limit all comments to no more than 3 minutes. For real, and no trading. We also in the clerk have a flip chart, and that chart simply indicates which agenda item the council is currently considering. Recognize that for some folks, speaking in public can cause some anxiety or hives or allergies, and so we ask that there not be any boos or catcalls or actually any other applause or other demonstrations in the chambers, and then we try to maintain a civil discourse. We take the yellow cards all the way up to the conclusion of the staff report on any particular agenda item, where there is such a thing. Once the staff report is complete and the council's questions or discussion have begun or the public testimony, we don't take any additional speaking requests. So if you're here on a specific agenda item, we'd encourage you to turn in your speaking card as soon as possible, but certainly prior to the conclusion of the staff report on that item. All right, with that, we have several requests to speak under item 1A. First is by Rochelle Redmond.
Hello. Hello. I'm here to discuss the Governor's Executive Order B-2915 regarding the water restrictions and the drought. A few weeks ago, Fox 40 was doing a segment on the governor's speech about the drought in front of the state capitol at 5:30 a.m. and caught the state capitol sprinklers wasting water running onto the sidewalk and down the gutter right outside the front steps. I am in agreement to the new water restrictions, but something's not fair here. All I hear most of the time is residents and homeowners. What about businesses like commercial and industrial? They are the ones with the green lawns. They are the ones wasting our water supply, including empty buildings. While the homeowners are conserving during the day, the businesses are using what we are trying to conserve. Most businesses' watering goes on at night on automated sprinkler systems between the hours of 10 p.m. and 5 in the morning. Will the city be enforcing when the waste is going on at night on timers? In a statement in the Sacramento Bee given by the chair of the State Water Resources Board states, "What can ordinary homeowners do to conserve water? How about shutting off the state capitol sprinklers for a start? It just seems like they are coming after us homeowners while businesses fall under the radar. It seems almost every automated sprinkler system wastes water, watering the sidewalk and gutters, but we are told to limit our showers to 5 minutes. The city should take a closer look at water waste at night. That's when most of it is going on. We will never meet the state's 28% reduction if we don't enforce the big water wasters at night. We are in a stage 3 now and are limited to 1 water day a week. I checked with 12 other local cities. 4 of them are also stage 3, and the rest are still stage 2. After checking with other cities, we are the only one who has cut back to 1 day a week, while the rest in stage 3 are still giving the option to water twice a week. With full schedules and people working, it's not very practical. Will you consider giving us twice a week? If not, that's okay, because I'd rather have a flushing toilet and shower than green grass. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Bill Lowell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. William Lowell, West Sacramento, for the record. And even though I've mentioned these a couple of times before, I still see that over at our Social Security office, we still don't even have a bench, let alone a shelter. Meanwhile, going on Reed Avenue, just before you get under Interstate 80, we've got that bus shelter there that I've never seen anybody there in all these years. And so it seems like it'd be relatively simple to relocate that shelter over there at the Social Security office. And I'm still campaigning for the stores to start selling to the customers an affordable suitcase-shaped shopping cart that would make it easier to shop on the old bus. And let's see, finally, oh yeah, and of course, when those townhouses open up between 3rd and 5th on West Capitol, I don't understand that the narrow width of the sidewalk is just, it's not wide enough for more than one scooter or anything like that, and there's no turnout areas. But you wait till they get occupied, and there's going to be all kinds of traffic jams with people in wheelchairs and scooters, but also all kinds of shopping carts borrowed from supermarkets going to pile up there because people bring their groceries home, but they're not going to make a special trip back to take the shopping cart back. So I don't know what it takes to get the supermarkets to cooperate there, and that will draw more customers too. So you do the math. Thank you.
Thank you. Mildred Hoyt.
Hello. It's a mystery to me why a city has city ordinances when nobody enforces it. 57 years ago, plus, being the time it took to build the apartments that are across from my house, they told us when we bought the house that it was going to be a schoolyard, and that might have been just as big a headache. But there's 2 enclosed communities. One is a large one right between my house and the freeway. The other one is at the end of the block on Pine Street. And both of them have tenants that are parked all over the neighborhood, which was one of the promises that we had. There would be no parking in the neighborhood. There was plenty of parking within the complex. The gates are down in the one complex, in the big one. They weren't up. They might have stayed a couple of 3 years because there's so many in and outs that they couldn't keep them operating. The other complex hasn't had that much trouble. They've always kept theirs. But they have their own rules about parking. If you have a child that drives your car that's going to college and she needs to park, she cannot register that car and put a sticker on it to park in that complex because it's not registered to her. It's registered to her father. And I would venture to say that that's against the law. They pay the same for the apartment no matter what. But I'm tired of having moved my garbage cans. I pay to have garbage picked up 4 times every week, just like everybody else does. I don't have that much garbage. I don't put my recycle out but about once every 6 weeks. I don't have garbage but about once every 3 weeks to once a month, but you still get paid whether it's picked up or not. The other day, they didn't get the garbage can because it was 6 inches from the pickup that had been sitting there and was towed the 12th of May, I called about it. And when it got the starter fixed on it, where do you think he parked? Right square in front of my house again. So I called yesterday, and they put a ticket on it this time.
Mrs.
I don't know
White.
what they did the first time, whether they just towed it or what.
Mrs. White, I have to ask you to come to a close.
Okay. Would you send a copy of that ordinance to both those apartment complexes and one to me, please?
All right, thank you. Mr. Christoph.
Yeah, this is, she's not the only one that complains of parking and the use of property in front of her so that they can't get their garbage cans out or these things. And I really don't know, I mean, this is a city street, and I really don't know what the alternative is. I mean, I know she has called nuisance abatement, and I really don't know what can be done. I guess I'd like to get some kind of a memo, letter, or something sent to me so that I can try to help some of these people out, because I know that she's not the only one, and I would like to see if there's a way in which we can help some of these folks.
All right, thank you, Mr. Christoph. All right, Aaron Gurley.
Good evening. I actually attended the council meeting on May 6th, and unfortunately it was my first council meeting I'd ever attended and was out of the room when you clearly explained how to speak. So I wanted to come back tonight and speak to you all as it relates to a couple items, because I did sit through the council meeting as it related to the drought stages and heard Pauline's responses. And while I agree, you guys certainly asked some great questions as it related to comparative water use of swimming pools to other landscapes, as well as what other districts were doing in response to the drought. So I thought it imperative to come back this evening and answer both of those questions for you. Our average pool installation, I'm with Premier Pools here in Sacramento, is a 475 square foot swimming pool with approximately 725 square feet of decking around the pool. This is really low. So to compare it to that, we'd do 1,200 square feet of lawn, which is what we essentially replaced when we put in a swimming pool with decking. The numbers, when you compare them out, even in the drought, in the fill year, we save about 10,000 gallons as compared to lawn. And then each additional year thereafter, we save approximately 30,000 gallons of water versus 1,200 square feet of lawn. And that doesn't even account for the fact that once someone decides they're going to put in a swimming pool, they almost always inevitably stop watering their lawn. And so for kind of that 6 to 8 weeks leading up to construction, and then we build the pool for 8 weeks. During that whole entire time, the lawn is not being watered either, and so we pick up another 16 weeks essentially of water savings, which makes up for a lot of the fill that we do use. Again, it uses about a third of the water of a lawn. It uses about half the water of what we call a California-friendly landscape, and it uses the same amount of water as drought-tolerant landscaping. As it relates to what other agencies are doing, I can tell you we've worked very closely with San Juan Water District, Placer County Water District, Roseville, EID, all of whom have moved pools to further stages back in the drought, or have no language at all as it relates to swimming pool construction. The council spoke very eloquently, I thought, last time about promoting business. There was a food processing business in particular that we spoke about, and not restricting their business, and even saying if they couldn't meet the requirements, that as West Sacramento's, we should all pitch in and help out. And I would like to state the case that our business also requires water to do business. And I personally have a wife, 2 kids, one with special needs, that are counting on my business to thrive, to support our family. And so essentially a moratorium on pool permits does 3 things. Unfairly singles out one industry, puts my family's financial future at risk, and prohibits West Sacramento's from enjoying their swimming pool. And the one thing it does not do is save water. Thank you.
Keith Harbell?
Thank you very much. I am Keith Harbeck, and I own Premier Pools and Spas. I've been building pools in the Sacramento area for 27 years. We are a unique industry in that we are a large industry for the state of California, but it is an industry made up largely of small businesses, family-run businesses. Those of us still here today are the ones that survived the recession. I'm considered a little different because I am a larger pool building company. I employ about 175 employees. In the last 16 months, we've contracted for 20 swimming pools to the West Sacramento residents. That amounts to about $1 million in economic stimulus to the area, about $24,000 in building permits, increased property taxes on those homes where we build the pools. It takes on average about 43 individuals are deriving income from working on those pools. It takes about 43 different people to build a swimming pool. What we're providing is a healthy product for families, for the residents here. They're gathering places. They're places for friends, family, neighbors, and people to come, and we are not, as you have just heard, water wasters. These are efficient backyards. I brought along some information I can leave you that shows the exact square footage of pool and decking of the 20 pools we have contracted for, and shows you the water savings in gallons by installing those swimming pools. I understand symbolic gestures. The glass of water for a restaurant doesn't truly save a lot of water, but what a great symbolic gesture. It doesn't hurt the restaurant. It doesn't hurt the consumer. It doesn't deny anybody anything. It just creates awareness. We become, we feel, a symbolic gesture in this, and I'll illustrate it this way. West Sacramento, in the year they're being compared to for water use, used 45 acre-feet of water per day. To meet a 28% restriction, you've got to reduce that to 32.4 acre-feet per day, and that is a tall order, and we can talk a long time about the fairness of that. But 32.4 is your target to fill all 26 pools, which is the number Paulina Benner gave me for pools built in West Sacramento last year, would require 1.4 acre-feet of water. So you're talking about 4% of 1 day's worth of water use in West Sacramento. And this, in my view, symbolic gesture wipes out an industry. We as the pool industry want to work with you. We understand, a year ago we formed a website called Let's Pool Together, tips on how you can even improve the water savings of your backyard swimming pool. We've got ideas. You know, Paulina Benner mentioned you could make stricter the stage 2, or you could lighten up some of the stage 3, but there were no recommendations for that. And we've been able to work with people. You know, some are requiring pool covers under this stage. There's other things that we can do. What we can't afford to have happen is to just have our industry banned. Thank you very much.
All right, John Norwood?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. John Norwood. I'm appearing tonight on behalf of the California Pool and Spa Association. We respectfully request that the council reconsider their action adopting a ban on the filling or refilling of swimming pools. From our opinion, that is effectively a ban on swimming pools or on the construction of swimming pools in West Sacramento. I think you have to understand that, once we have no other cities in this area or their water districts that have any restriction. As soon as they figure out that West Sacramento has a ban on filling and that the suggestion is we truck in water from one of the other cities, then all the cities are going to have bans on trucking in water, and we're not going to get water anyplace. Secondly, recycled water was a suggestion. We can't use recycled water to fill pools. It's a health and safety violation. The fact is that statewide, there are just a handful of water districts that have imposed any ban on the construction of pools or the filling or refilling of pools because they know that essentially the water that would take to do all the pools in those geographic areas is essentially a rounding error in the annual use of water in those geographic areas. And in addition, it's not new water. It's water that's currently being used now, maybe 2 or 3 times that much to irrigate the whatever the landscaping is that's going to be replaced. Over the last 2 years, our association has worked with the Association of California Water Agencies, the Department of Water Resources, the State Water Quality Control Board, and the Governor's Office on these issues. And the facts are that pools and spas are not restricted in any of the regulations proposed by these entities. Pools and spas were not addressed in either of the governor's emergency proclamations for outdoor water use. Public water agencies have confirmed our numbers that Keith has provided, and I think we've provided some other graphs and charts for your review. And the governor, at a meeting of all kinds of industries in his office, personally indicated that the water conservation measures should not be about finger pointing or targeting a particular industry. Over the last few weeks, a number of city councils statewide, probably 25, have kind of opposed or proposed the same type of restriction. In most cases, they've not gone through with it. But in almost every case on that list, as Keith pointed out, the ban on filling pools or the ban on construction was the only thing that put a particular industry out of business. None of the others did. Washing cars, whatever the case may be. So pools use a de minimis amount of water. So on that basis and such amount of time, I'd like you to reconsider your actions. Thank you at your next meeting.
All right, thanks. Pat Butler? Do you have a question for John?
No, just a general comment.
Oh, okay. We have a couple. Do you want to do it now or? Yeah, we have with all the rest of our pool. Mm-hmm.
Hi, I am also addressing the water ban. And my name's Pat Butler, and I've been in the industry for 40 years. I've had my own pool company and before coming to work for Premier 6 years ago. And before coming to work for Premier. Okay, there have been a lot of challenging circumstances in the pool industry with the recessions and now the droughts. And I'm here just to let you know that this is my livelihood, and I am a resident of West Sacramento, and I represent Premier Pools here in West Sacramento. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mike McDonald, Mac?
Hello, good evening. My name is Mike McDonald. I'm a representative of Adams Pool Specialties here, again, about the ban on pools. Our company is a company of 65 employees. We are primarily a pool construction company that is a subcontractor to several pool builders. We do sub work for tile, coping, masonry work, as well as interior finish. The larger part of our business is rehabilitating existing pools. And a large part of that business is commercial work. We do a lot of work in West Sacramento for the local hotels, motels, and apartment complexes. We often get called after a Yolo County Health Department official has been through an inspection and has cited that pool operator for health issues, rough plaster, algae, unsafe water, much like they would cite a restaurant for unsanitary conditions. So we come in, and that involves draining the pool, in many cases to replaster. Not that I'm a proponent for the hotel motel industry. Obviously, we do a lot of commercial work on pools for a variety of reasons, but we urge that you reconsider the ban on filling or draining and filling pools. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Johansson?
Yeah, I don't want to get into the substance of the pool issue, but for those who haven't, we need to get some information, if you have any, to either the assistant city manager or the city clerk, and we can take a look at it afterwards, but just make sure you do that.
All right. Okay. All right. Thanks, Mr. Johansson. Thanks to all the folks with comments. This is our water policies and enforcement strategies are going to be a matter of constant review because of the 28% assignment that we've been given by the state, regardless of their strategies for reductions and the strategies that they have not chosen to implement. They haven't. If we only implement the policies that the state has already adopted, we will not. There's no way we can get to 28%. We couldn't even get to the reduction that we already have achieved of 18%. Simply the suite of actions that the governor has approved as a state directive is not a sufficient portfolio of tools for us to be able to accomplish what is a hard number for us. If the community does not hit 28%, the fines that accrue to the people of West Sacramento are enormous. They accrue every single day that we're in violation, and so this is no longer a exhortation to cities in order to achieve these goals. We must do it, as we've heard actually from all the testimony, not just the pools, but all the testimonies, we all have to contribute, and any single actions that I take are going to be mostly symbolic, and they don't add up to much of anything. No matter how much I change my showers and my outdoor watering in my own home, the impact on the city's overall water usage is going to be negligible. We don't have that many large water users that are responsible for 5-10% of the total. The total is only the 28% is only achieved by very, very, very small increments, all adding up, and that applies across the board. So residents are not doing their part today. Let's just be clear. This is not a problem. It's not everyone else should be doing something except for me problem, because our residential water usage in February was down by 2%, 3% over the prior year. That's residential. We're not going to get to 28% that way. Our major water users have many of the problems that were raised this evening as well, are not taking care of their business properly. So each of these elements that are in our policy and our enforcement strategy are all inconsequential by themselves, and they are all essential together in order to achieve the 28% and avoid the kind of severe fines that the state has imposed on us. We don't lack for water in the city. We have, thanks to Mr. Christoph and generations of West Sacramentos, we have sufficient water rights to protect our actual water supply into the near future at least. That's not the issue, but we do have a very specific and severe, as I say, severe target from the state that we must achieve. And in order to increase the level of our conservation by more than 50% over what we achieved last year in stage 2, it requires at least the suite of actions that we have in stage 3. So I know our staff is looking at the pool-related data. The correct comparison is actually not a pool versus a lawn, because we no longer allow the watering of the lawns anyway. So that's not the 10 and 30,000 gallon figure is not really the appropriate comparison in a stage 3 environment, because we essentially are through the one-day a week watering policy prohibiting the use of that 10 or 30,000 gallons in any event. So that's not really the proper comparison point. But our staff and others are looking and examining the full range of options in our current stage 3 and other stage 3 options that may be available. We're attempting to harmonize with other jurisdictions in the region to the maximum extent that we can. But we all have different opportunities and different challenges, different water use patterns, different mixes of residential, industrial, and commercial uses, and different local tastes, different local number of swimming pools and yards. And so our stage 1, 2, 3 approaches are going to vary somewhat. And some jurisdictions in the regions have much lower conservation targets from the state than we have, and a couple have higher targets. So we're attempting to achieve as much harmony as we can among the regional approaches, but it won't be identical because we have different targets and different opportunities. And so we'd encourage to keep providing the technical information for us to be able to continue to refine the stage 3, and potentially, knock on wood, God forbid, that we'll be at stage 4, which is even much more severe restrictions on usage. But this is no joke, and the consequences for the city and the taxpayers and all the businesses and residents are going to be very, very severe if we don't all do everything, big and small, in order to accomplish those objectives. So I encourage, as I say, encourage the information, and these issues are going to be, as Mr. Johannesson just indicated, this is not a done thing, and we're not closing off input. We want more technical information and more ideas and more opportunities for real savings that are going to help us achieve the 28% target that we currently have.
Just a quick comment, if I may, Mr. Mayor, and that is, I think we all read the papers each day, or you hear it on television, and many of the communities are watering twice a week. I think West Sacramento is the only one that I have seen so far that has gone down to once a week. One of the things that I would be asking staff to make sure they do, and that's just evaluate what's happening to our community as we go through all of these different stages and as we go through everything, to see if we can lessen the restrictions, if something happens as far as everything is just completely dry and there's no green grass on anybody's. But I do think we need to evaluate, we need to look, and we need to make sure that, as the mayor has indicated, we put the best science and we put the best minds together as far as how we can eventually work our way out of it. Because what we certainly don't want to have happen is we don't want to have to go to stage 4. That would be absolutely devastating. I think that for me, one of the main things is going to be that as our staff drives around this community day in and day out, they take a look and see what's going on and make sure that we don't overemphasize where we are. And so I know it's serious, but at the same time, I think that there needs to be some common sense. And one of the things that concerns me is the pool industry. It really does. And so, but I don't know what the answer is yet. But at the same time, I think that we certainly need to continue to talk and to explore and to see if there is some way in which we can assist. Because you really can't have the pool industry just dry up in West Sacramento only. That doesn't really make a lot of sense. So if other communities making it work, we can make it work.
Yeah. We have to hit the number. I mean, we absolutely, I think we will get, as we get progress reports from Public Works that indicate that we've hit 29% and we have some room to move. But if we don't meet that, I mean, the state has caused this the state could have had a uniform regime that said, here's what everyone's going to do. But instead, the state said, no, you're going to achieve the highest level of conservation in the history of your community, and we're going to leave all the consequences to you, whether you have to declare stage 4 or have to suffer through fines that would bankrupt this city and its taxpayers, which is just not an option. So we don't have, that's not a choice for us. So, I mean, we have the capacity to generate enough data as we're moving forward to see how we're doing on that target. And if we really are really achieving the reductions that we need, then we'll be able to, we will have more flexibility to make the kind of choices, to pull back on some of the hard choices, the hardest choices that you're describing, Mr. Christoph, and that we've heard about tonight and in our prior hearings as well. But it does mean that we all have to do it and not just count on the city to enforce on everyone else. Just calling City Hall to complain about somebody else wasting water, thank you for doing it, but it's really essential that all of us still do, in addition to that, cut the watering and cut the showers and cut everything else in order to try to ease the pain and make it possible to pay more attention to some of the issues that we've heard about tonight. So, all right, with that, we have council communications and assignments. Item 1B, are there any reports or other communications? Mr. Johannesson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Yolo Solano Air Quality Management District met on May 13. And really the most significant item, as you all may know, that there's fees associated with burn days. So basically you have to do an agricultural burn or other types of burns. You call the Air Quality Management District and get a permit. So the fees haven't been adjusted for 18 years. And right now there's a current cost recovery of about 9%. So we had a discussion about what to do about that. And I think the consensus was to not go for full cost recovery, but we at least need to start to look at increasing these fees, and at the same time, looking at creating better efficiencies within the permitting process, because apparently half of the folks are still using paper and it becomes more of a problem in administering that. So, and that was it.
Mr. Christoph. Thank you, Mr. Johannesson.
Regional Sand met last week, and one of the questions that I was asked the week before that was the use of recycled water from regional sand. Right now, the only jurisdiction that has the opportunity to use recycled water is the city of Elk Grove. And the plant is in Elk Grove, and therefore there are distribution systems and things that are easily accessible, and so Elk Grove gets the opportunity to do that. We are exploring, our regional sand is exploring water, recycled water to the city of Sacramento, and I had asked if West Sacramento can be included in it. I don't know how expensive any of the piping or any of those kinds of things would be, but at the same time, it's something that regional sand will take a look at. And that water would be used for schools, parks, and things like that, not necessarily for drinking water, but for the strip malls and different things of that nature. The other thing that regional sand was very happy with, and I thought it was very good news. Regional Sand's operating budget is $113 million this year, and that's $4 million over a 7-year period. That's really not a lot of increase for what Regional Sand is going through and trying to build a $2 billion plant now. And so I thought that was good information to have for Regional Sand trying to make sure they try to cut their costs. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Christoph. Mayor Pro Tem Ledesma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did want to report out last Monday, a week ago Monday, the 11th, I chaired the Yolo County Transportation District meeting. A couple of just highlights from the meeting was one was the district's plan, which was approved to change some of the routes leaving downtown Sacramento. As I've reported before, there's been some delays and in the routes and the stops due to the construction going on in the downtown arena. And staff has been working with the City of Sacramento and Regional Transit to try to remedy this, but the times for pickup have just been increasing and service has diminished. So we made some decisions to go ahead and change some of the stops that would, again, allow people to not really, the big area problems was on Fifth Street, going from Capitol Mall to L Street. It was becoming a major problem and slowing down the routes, so we eliminated the Fifth Street stop. We're bypassing that. We're also adding 3 minutes of rain time to all the routes. So for those who are downtown users of the Yellow Bus from West Sacramento, I urge you to get on the website, look at the new routes, so your understanding of the changes we made. We're continuing to work with staff, to work with Sacramento, the city of Sacramento on maybe some new stops to help increase our service down there. But as we are well aware, construction in the riverfront is going to be increasing from either our side or their side. And we just have to be very flexible and try to figure out what the best route is. And we all know, hopefully a streetcar is coming soon. That would help alleviate that in the long term. But for now, we really have to work with this and be diligent on it, and we will be. The other item, which will actually be coming up later as part of our budget discussion, has to do with the proposed budget that was put forth by the staff. And again, I won't go too far in detail of it because we'll be having a budget discussion later. But will it be impacting us as we're looking? The district staff has proposed an increase of about 13.5% for the next fiscal year for the funds we contribute to the district, for about $230,000. So again, this is something we're beginning to work through. Costs for bus service are going up. So again, we are trying to deal with all the variables that go into our bus service, most notably our paratransit service, which is, those costs are really skyrocketing. So again, those are the two major items we had that I wanted to report on. Thank you. And I should note that we also had a meeting on Monday, the Yellow Habitat Conservancy, but that's on the agenda as well, and I'll save remarks for that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Ledesma. Two reports. The Sacramento Council of Governments Board of Directors is meeting tomorrow. We're going to be taking up, we don't have the Metropolitan Transportation Plan for the first time in 3 years, but we are going to take up a couple of legislative matters that might be of interest because they may be coming to other boards, which members of the council serve on as well. One is a support of the Senator Penn's legislation on the streetcar that we are a sponsor of. That's SB 529, so the SACOG board is expected to give its regional support to that legislation. As I say, appropriates $10 million from the state to support the streetcar project. There have been ongoing conversations about the shape and form in which the state support might emerge. So that bill is one vehicle in order for that to be accomplished. We'll also be taking up SB 16 by Senator Bell out of the Bay Area. That's the big Senate's omnibus transportation bill that would provide an ongoing funding source in a variety of gas tax and other related tax measures for road maintenance and rehabilitation. I don't think we've taken a position on it at the city at this stage. I had only one question really about the bill, and that's just the distribution of the dollars. Typically, these transportation revenue measures allocate funds based on a population and or road mile basis, which is generally not in the interest of West Sacramento or Sacramento because we're where most of the growth is occurring. So for example, under this proposal, I want to say that Davis would, $1.7 million would go a year to Davis and $1.2 million would come here, even though something like 85 to 90% of the transportation investments over the next 15 years, regional investments in transportation are here. But this fund is for road rehabilitation and for maintenance, and so you can make more of a case. I mean, it's an ongoing fund for road rehabilitation and maintenance, and so over time, our rehabilitation portfolio will be larger than Davis's. And it's not about us versus Davis, but it's just in terms of the total statewide allocation. I'm just using that as an example. But so that I voted for that in committee, and it'll be before the full board tomorrow. The board's also going to be taking up endorsements of nominations for the TIGER program, for the Transportation Investment Generating Economic Recovery Program. And I think we have an item in this which we're going to be pulling from our agenda, that the project that RT had initiated with respect to a light rail extension, they've withdrawn, so there won't be an application for the SACOG board to endorse in that regard. So that's SACOG. And then last week, Mayor de Blasio from New York invited, I think, 6 other mayors in the country to come to DC to meet with the leadership in the House and the Senate on the need for a transportation reauthorization. As you know, the transportation bill expires in essentially a few days, and there's no framework, and the Congress has been debating, could they come up with a 3-week extension or a 2-month extension or a 5-minute extension. And this group of mayors was on Capitol Hill to try to press the Congress on a long-term extension with a real strategy so we could make investments in projects that matter and not projects that we can deliver in 3 months. But also that there be a significant increase in the funding. We talked about specific support for repatriation of the offshore assets, offshore tax liabilities of a lot of American companies that has bipartisan support in the House, and to some extent in the Senate as well, in order to fund that. And then also pushed to localize the funding to try to get the federal government to direct more of its transportation dollars more directly to commute to cities, or the more properly to MPOs like SACOG, as opposed to through the state agencies where they have a much lower record of accomplishment in terms of actual delivery of projects. I think there's a significant difference in the amount of money that states don't spend on actual construction of projects versus money, the same dollar if it had been sent to a city or to an MPO. That Caltrans is one example, but this is true across the country. They tend not to spend the total amount of money that they've been given, and the money that they spend a larger proportion on studies and that sort of thing than local governments do. So we've been pushing for the Congress and the White House to jigger the formula a little bit so that more of the resources would flow more directly to regions and not have to flow through the state transportation agencies where the cut gets taken off the top. So we met with Nancy Pelosi and the ranking Democratic members on the House Transportation Infrastructure Committee as well, separately with the chairman of the House Infrastructure Committee, who was also the major co-sponsor of our flood and levee bill last year. Both very productive. They're both supportive of that agenda. But the chairman's got to pull his Republican caucus members together. But I think other than that, we've got the White House and the Senate on board as well. So, all right, so that's it. Item 1C is appointments of boards and commissions. We're going to hold those again and proceed to the consent agenda. Actually, before we do that, the city manager has requested that we pull item 5 from the consent agenda. Item 5 is the item that I just noted with respect to regional transit. So, and that there's also a memo at the council's desk regarding a correction to attachment 3 of agenda item 4. So what's before you is the consent agenda with that modification to item 4, and with without objection, the removal of item 5. Are there any questions or comments on the consent agenda? Mr. Kristoff?
Question on 3.
All right, then let's proceed to that. Item 3 is consideration of resolution 15-41, a resolution of consideration to levy a new special tax within a portion of the city's community facilities district M, the rivers, and to add a service to be funded, thereby calling a public hearing. Mr. Kristoff?
Yeah, Paul, do the people within that zone, do they have the opportunity to vote on the new tax?
The way that the election will occur is right now that parcel is owned by one property owner. And so it will be an election with a waiver and consent by that property owner consenting to the election.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions on the consent agenda? Is there a motion?
So moved.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Ledesma, second by Councilmember Sandino. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries. The consent agenda is adopted, minus item 5. That brings us to item 7, which is a public hearing in consideration of resolution 15-26, confirming the diagram and assessment and ordering improvements for the storm drain maintenance district number 1, Rayleigh's Landing. Lumberg.
This is an annual proceeding every year as we prepare to put the assessments for the storm drain maintenance district on the tax roll for 2015, 2016. There's a requirement in the code that we have a public hearing. So prior to your consideration of resolution 15-26, we'd ask that you hold a public hearing.
All right, any questions at this time? Seeing none, we're going to open the public hearing on item 7, and we have no request to speak, but this is a legal public hearing. Does anyone wish to address the council on this item? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing on the item. Return to the council for any further questions, discussion, or for a motion.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Kristoff.
I'd move that we approve report for fiscal year 2015-16 with budget and fee schedule, adopt resolutions 15-26, confirming the diagram and the assessment and ordering improvements.
All right, it's been moved by Mr. Kristoff and seconded by Mr. Johannesson. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries. Item 8 is a public hearing to consider adoption of Resolution 15-27, confirming the diagram and assessment and ordering improvements for maintenance to be made for the Landscaping and Lighting District Number 1. Mr. Lundberg.
The same procedure would apply to Resolution 15.27, and we request a public hearing prior to the consideration of that resolution.
All right, are there any questions for staff at this time? All right, then we'll open the public hearing on item 8. Does anyone wish to address the council on this item?
Mr. Mayor, I'd approve the
Hold
report
on,
for
seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing.
Oh,
Mr.
you close
Kristoff.
Approve the report for fiscal year 2015-16 with budget and fee schedule. Adopt resolution 15-27, confirming diagram and assessment and ordering the improvements to be made.
It's been moved by Mr. Kristoff and
I'll second.
seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Ledesma. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries. Item 9 is consideration of application to the AARP Network of Age-Friendly Communities.
Good afternoon, council members. Mr. Mayor, my name is Ian Winbrock, and I'm the assistant to the mayor. This item seeks to facilitate discussion and request direction from the City Council regarding West Sacramento joining the American Association of Retired Persons Network of Age-Friendly Communities. Staff has been working with representatives from AARP on behalf of Mayor Cabalden and Councilmember Johannesson to assess the application process in order to determine the benefits of West Sacramento joining the AARP Network of Age-Friendly Communities and the appropriate next steps. The AARP Network of Age-Friendly Communities is an affiliate of the World Health Organization's Age-Friendly Cities and Communities program. In the United States, more than 36 communities, including Portland, New York City, Boston, Dallas, and Washington, D.C., are part of the AARP Network of Age-Friendly Communities. AARP seeks to provide national recognition and technical resources to cities who apply and enter the network. West Sacramento is one of 3 California cities, along with Los Angeles and San Diego, who have been invited to join the AARP Network of Age-Friendly Cities and Communities in 2015. In order for the city to be designated as part of the network, it first needs to conduct its own internal baseline assessment of community policies, programs, and activities that affect the 8 domains that the WHO has identified as influencing the health and quality of life for older adults. The 8 domains identified by the WHO are outdoor spaces and building, transportation, housing, social participation, respect and social inclusion, civic participation and employment, communication and information, and community support and health services. From that, a city needs to create an action plan which outlines how it is going to improve those policies, programs, and activities. The results of the action plan is then evaluated against the baseline assessment. The process of establishing a baseline assessment is unique to each city. AARP Research has committed to conducting and analyzing a mail-in survey of residents ages 45 and older to assist in this assessment at no cost to the city. After a preliminary assessment by Principal Planner David Tilley and Assistant City Manager Carol Richardson, staff has concluded that several of the domains are already addressed in the revisions of the general plan, and there will be significant measurable progress in those domains over the next few years. After speaking with senior AARP California executives, staff has assured that not all 8 domains need to be represented in an action plan, and additional domains can be included if the city deems them necessary. Cities in the AARP network of age-friendly communities are publicly committed to improving their age-friendliness as identified by the 8 domains of livability by the WHO and submit to a rigorous membership assessment cycle. The 4 phases of process of joining the AARP network of age-friendly communities is outlined in Attachment 1, the project flowchart. As shown in Attachment 1, the recommended action will commit the city to a series of activities, including the preparation of an action plan that will require material investment of city staff time and resources over a period of years. the city would need to prepare an assessment of its current performance along the 8 domains that the WHO has identified as influencing the health and quality of life of older adults. Undertaking this work would most likely mean some cost in terms of resource diversion or securing additional resources. There are a few motivating factors to pursue this designation. By 2030, 1 out of every 5 people in the United States will be 65 or older, and the senior population in the 6-county SACOG region will grow by 153%. Planning staff has concluded that each of the 8 parameters determined by the WHO that affect older adults are already represented in the revised general plan, meaning that significant portions of the necessary analysis are already in place. The city would receive national public recognition for the ongoing commitment to becoming more age-friendly, and improvements benefiting older adults, including but not limited to green spaces, walkable streets, accessible public services, and high-quality affordable housing are also beneficial to West Sacramento residents of all ages. As the deadline for submission of the application is June 25th, staff did not have sufficient time to meet with the Parks, Recreation, and Intergenerational Commission regarding recommendations for proceeding with an application to the network of age-friendly communities. Staff recommends that if council moves forward with an application, that the application required advisory committee be the Parks, Recreation, and Intergenerational Commission. Joining the AARP network of age-friendly communities is consistent with many of the city's Vision 2029 guiding principles. Additionally, many of the domains identified by the WHO as influencing the health and quality of life of older adults are addressed by the general plan update, which is a high priority management agenda item for 2015. It is respectfully recommended that the City Council direct staff to submit an application for West Sacramento to join the AARP network of age-friendly communities. A full background and analysis is detailed within the staff report, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have regarding this item.
All right, thank you, Mr. Winbrock. Johansson?
Not so much a question, but just a comment. I think it's really good timing to pursue this. We've had a HEAL designation, Healthy Eating, Active Living City designation for, I don't know, 5 years or so, something like that. And I know staff has talked to some folks out of the Bay Area that deal with that program. I've talked about these issues, that there's really kind of synergies between just living a healthy life and active aging, which is kind of what this process is going to be about. It's about being able to stay in place as long as possible and having, the regular services available to you, having transit close to housing. We've got a Delta Lane project where we're trying to get in that's going to have excellent housing for folks. And also how to deal with kind of the old suburbia that we still have here in West Sacramento in terms of being able to connect people up that may have difficulty getting around. And we just don't really have the infrastructure. Really, none of the U.S. really has that kind of infrastructure because we kind of built out. So I think it's really great. I'm, of course, fully supportive of this to move forward with it. And I'm really looking forward to looking at kind of the statistics in our city in particular and getting this action plan going.
Yeah, just also to agree with Mr. Hanson, just for some introductory comments as well about it. I mean, I think the timing on this work couldn't be better given the shift in how we've structured our own input and decision-making process through the reshuffling of our commissions, which anticipated this essential kind of work, which was how do we look at issues around aging across the domains of all of the commissions, as opposed to thinking about aging principally being an issue that was that happens in the senior center only. So we launched that, and commissioners have joined the various commissions, whether it's transportation or environment or utilities, with the expectation of doing that. And there was enthusiasm among the broad range of commissioners at our orientation for that work. But this provides a toolbox, a framework, a set of metrics, and some significant technical support from AARP and its partners for us to be able to accomplish that in a meaningful way and to help lead the region and the country in it as well. So I think the timing of it is good. It's similar in some sense to the way that we've moved forward with the bike-friendly designation and the Tree City USA and others that give us a little bit of a nudge, but also a set of metrics to assess how well we're doing and also a roadmap for moving forward. This one's more robust, but this is also because this is a much larger issue. in terms of the dramatically changing set of expectations and needs and aspirations and of our community as we age, and also the growing number of seniors that are in our community and elsewhere, and being able to anticipate and meet those needs in a 21st century way is very important that we get that right. And so I think this is a good opportunity for us to do this. I was impressed that AARP decided that San Francisco is the only city in California that's currently in this designation, and to say that the next three would be the second largest city, the third largest city, and then the 200th largest city or whatever we are in the state, I think is a strong marker about their respect for the work that we're trying to do in our community and the level of engagement that we have. I met with them extensively about the process moving forward, and also around sort of the nature of how we might do and handle engagement, and how we might measure engagement in a smaller city. So as an example, in the livability score and the metrics and stuff that they have, one of the measures is around civic health and civic livability, is like how many organizations per person are there, which is not a great metric for West Sacramento. It might work in a larger city where an organization becomes your primary mode of interacting and connecting with others and with issues, and to be able to express your aspirations and hopes. But that's not really the case in a smaller town in the way that it might be in a place where you're otherwise largely anonymous. That the web of civic, social, and organizational networks in town is different in a small town. And the AARP was interested in this concept around, are there other ways to think about civic engagement and around the livability dimension of engagement other than just counting organizations? And so said that, as an example, they're open, they're very, very ready to re-examine, in our context, that metric, being replaced by something else. Similarly, their typical process is they ask the cities to convene, roundtables with representatives of 16 organizations or whatever that help guide this. And our initial feedback is we don't have that. There aren't 16 organizations around aging in our community, and we wouldn't capture anywhere near the breadth of the full community, and if we were to proceed in that way. And we've just done this commission reorganization. So the one modification I might suggest to this is, rather than using Parks, Recreation, and Intergenerational Services, which is really still primarily around the role of the senior center and related parks and recreation programs with respect to seniors, this is not a monthly activity. The advisory committee that's anticipated by the application is not a monthly activity, and so I think it's more appropriate for us to do what we'd contemplated doing even before the AARP opportunity came along, which was on some periodic basis convening representatives from each of the commissions to be connecting, from the Planning Commission, from the Transportation Commission, the areas that are really that are the biggest contributors to the livability score, both in the metric but also in terms of actual livability in the community. That it's not simply the whole point of our application, I think, is that we're looking at making the whole city into a senior center and a youth center and a teen center. The whole city has to accomplish that, and for that to happen, it can't be siloed just in the parks and recreation area. And so I think returning to that concept, which is the one that I shared with them as at least what I thought made more sense, was a periodic coming together of representatives from each of the commissions to be that advisory committee would provide a much richer feedback, but also then provide much more greater degree of likelihood that the policies and the ideas would actually get implemented, because then folks would go back to the Planning Commission, having talked, and the Transportation Commission and the Parks Commission, having been able to work through and look at some of these issues and some best practices around the country together, and then inform their colleagues on their commissions around how they might apply that on a day-to-day basis to the decisions that the commissions are providing some advice to us and to our staff about. Councilmember Sandine.
I agree with you, Mayor, about the metrics. I think for us to go and receive this designation, I think it will be some time of our members of our community and also staff time and some resources, but I think that will all be well invested, and I think aligning that with the general plan update to what's ahead of us and how we're planning for the future, I think will be really important. This is really close to my heart. I know the mayor's aware, but my doctoral research was about older adults and aging in place, and so I would love for us to be, not only because it's personally important, but I just know so deeply the importance of providing support, connectivity, and all the things that I can see are coming forward in having this designation. So I'm incredibly supportive, and I hope we're successful in the application.
Comments? Mayor Pro Tem Ledesma?
Thank you. And I'll voice my support for this as well. And thanks, Ian, for the report and update on kind of where this is, how this is going to be implemented and what the plan is, and after we vote and the application goes in. I think one of the things you touched on, I'm glad you did, was around the timing of this after the realignment of our boards and commissions, and how we had already thought through that a little bit when we did that. And so I'm fully supportive of your approach, your proposed approach of pulling from other parts of the boards and commissions to be a part of it, because I think it does have to be ingrained throughout the city and throughout not just one commission. I think that was one of the things we were concerned about when we put together the Parks, Recreation, and Intergenerational Commission. So if I heard that correctly, that's what I'd rather see that approach. And I did appreciate your comment. It was one of the questions I had about this, is what is the outcome, what is the output of this designation? And I think you alluded to that in terms of we have a similar sort of designation on our bicycle paths and our friendliness to bikes. And it's hard to equate, like, okay, where are we going for? What does this get us to the next level? And I think that knowing that sort of outcome and output is what we're expecting, I think, is important for us to know, because we are going to dedicate some resources to this. But these opportunities come to us. We're lucky, we're blessed that these opportunities come to us, and we need to take advantage of them when they do come. So I'm fully supportive of this, look forward to the next steps and seeing how it progresses.
Any other comments?
I'd like to move that the City of West Sacramento submit an application to the ARB as designated in the staff report.
I'll second that.
And with the modification to the advisory committee?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, with here, the mayor's modification advisory committees, correct.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Johannesson. All right. Any further discussion? All right, then, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you. Item 10 is presentation and discussion of the second administrative draft of the Yellow Habitat Conservation Plan and Natural Community Conservation Plan. Ms. Hamilton.
Good evening, Mayor Baldwin and members of the City Council. City staff and the Yellow Habitat Conservancy staff are back before you this evening to present the second administrative draft of the Yolo County Habitat Conservation and Natural Communities Conservation Plan. As you know, the City of West Sacramento has been participating with Yolo County and the other 3 cities on the development of a habitat and conservation plan for over 10 years. I am happy to say that since we were last before you in August 2013 with the first administrative draft, that we have made significant progress with this draft of the plan. And that is in part because city staff has been participating on the advisory committee as well as the other cities. The wildlife agencies have been at the table negotiating with us, and the conservancy staff have really worked hard on this one. So a lot of the issues that were in the first administrative draft, we worked through quite a few of those. So from a city staff perspective, we are not seeing any significant flaws in this draft. Most of those we worked through chapter by chapter as it was being developed. This second administrative draft was released on March 31st, so it hasn't been out very long. The comments are due, as noted in the recommended action, back to the JPA by May 29th. We did take the second administrative draft plan to the Environment and Utilities Commission and the Planning Commission in April. The Environment and Utilities Commission looked at it through the lens of environmental policies And the Planning Commission looked at it more through the lens of development, permit policies, and mitigation policies. Both the Commission's recommendations are contained on page 4 in the agenda report. I won't go over those, but if you do have any questions on those, I can explain in more detail after the Conservancy goes through their PowerPoint. Also in the recommended action, there is a request for additional funding in the amount of $23,750 as part of support, and that's the city's share. Other cities, two other cities are doing the same. Winters has a slightly less share. And that's to go towards a matching amount for a new Wildlife Conservation Board grant that they're applying for this year. And that would help fund the remaining part of development of the plan towards the permit process. So as I said, Petrea Marchand with Yolo County, or Yolo Habitat Conservancy, they have a new name as of this week, so we're all getting used to it. She is here this evening with a PowerPoint, and she this time does have slides on all the 12 covered species, since last time we kind of left that out and you had asked about that. So with that, Petrea Marchand.
Thank you, Mayor Cabald and members of the council. Petrea Marchand, I'm the executive director of the Yolo Habitat Conservancy, and unfortunately our staff biologist couldn't be here today to walk you through the life cycle of each of the species, but I'm here to provide you with an overview of the plan today in coordination with your director. So as you may all recall, the Yolo Habitat Conservation Plan, Natural Community Conservation Plan, is a 50-year permit for regulatory coverage of all of the covered activities in the 4 cities in the county. And in return for that, we have a 50-year conservation strategy for the 12 species that we cover. We do have a new name, as Charlene mentioned. We are now the Yolo Habitat Conservancy as of Monday, but the structure of the Joint Powers Agency has not changed. We are still composed of all 4 cities in the county, with UC Davis as an ex officio member, and have maintained the same structure. We have a new name and a new website that's more, I think, indicative of the work that the organization is doing, and also rolls off the tongue a little bit easier. Next slide. I wanted to update you briefly on the timeline. We did just release the draft of the plan. It was on budget and on schedule, and that was on March 31st, and we're in the middle of the 2-month comment period. We did agree, as part of the development of the second administrative draft, to also complete a separate voluntary local conservation strategy. That local conservation strategy will cover species that are not included in the plan. As you may recall, we reduced the number of species significantly between the first and the second draft, and it will also include natural communities that we did not include in the plan. The goal of our process was to reduce the size, the complexity, and the cost of the plan, and in order to do that, we needed to move some species and communities into a voluntary plan, and the Conservancy can apply for grants from state and federal government to implement elements of that plan in the future. We have hired a EIR/EIS consultant, so we are planning on finishing what we call the pre-public review draft after we receive all comments. Then we will start our EIR/EIS, and we will release our formal public review draft in July of 2016, followed by the final draft in January 2017, and permits in May of 2017. So it will hopefully go by relatively quickly, and we will be able to stay on schedule as we have so far. Just as a reminder of what's required by this plan, these numbers are not set yet. We are still negotiating with the wildlife agencies. We have a couple months of those negotiations left before we'll really wrap up the plan. We anticipate that over 50 years between the 4 cities and the county, there will be 13,000 acres of impact on habitat. That's from all the general plans, all the public infrastructure. And as you may recall from the previous meeting, we did work very closely with all the planning directors to make sure that we got these numbers right. That results using current mitigation ratios in about 17,000 acres of conservation that will be required to make up for the impacts of the covered activities on natural communities and species habitat. Because we have a natural community conservation plan permit, in addition to a habitat conservation plan permit from the federal government, we are required to do conservation above mitigation. That is, gives you some additional permit benefits, what they call the no surprises rule. They can't change the mitigation ratios on you over the 50-year period. That could be a significant benefit, for example, if giant garter snake populations crash and suddenly they increase the ratio from 10 to 1. If our ratio is locked in at 3 to 1 now, we'll have that same ratio for 50 years. So for doing the natural community conservation plan permit, you have to do a little extra conservation, but you get some additional permit benefits. The wildlife agencies did recognize, however, that Yolo County and the 4 cities have done more than the average applicant to preserve habitat prior to the development of this habitat conservation plan and natural community conservation plan. So the 12,000 acres that we're committing to over 50 years includes 8,000 acres of what we call pre-permit reserve lands. These are lands that are already protected by actions that the city and the county took, and we have to do very minor modifications or improvements to the conservation on those lands in order to have them count towards our reserve. So right now, we're looking at an additional 4,000 acres of conservation above mitigation over the 50 years. The agencies are trying to push us on that right now, so I expect that that number will change a little bit, but we're going to have to make sure that we can afford it before we agree to any, major changes in that number. This is the slide that you've all been waiting for. It's the 12 species. As you know, we cover mostly birds, in addition to the giant garter snake, western pond turtle, tiger salamander, and the elderberry beetle, and one plant, which is the palmate bracted birdsbeak. If you ever want to see it, let me know. I know where it is. Also, as a reminder, this is where all the species are found. They're on the valley floor, so that's the area where we'll be focusing our conservation. We currently are excluding from our plan the foothills, the oak woodlands, and the other areas that are in the Cape Bay Valley. Those will, however, be covered by the local conservation strategy that is the voluntary plan I referred to earlier. Next slide. Wanted to give you a brief overview of the differences between the 2 drafts. So the first one, which is one that we as staff are relatively proud of, is that the first draft was 1,200 pages in size, and we've been able to reduce that in half to about 600. It's still not an easy document to get through, but it is, given that your staff will be using it on a regular basis as part of the development process, we wanted to make sure that at the very least it was more accessible than the first administrative draft. Still covers the entire county, still has the same number of planning units, still has the same permit term, although the agencies have been, we're still in discussions with the agencies about potentially reducing it to 40, which we do not want to do because we don't think we can afford it. We've simplified it both in terms of the number of species and the number of conservation measures. We used to have 9 conservation measures, now we have 3. We used to have 32 species, and now we have 12. Next slide. Costs have changed dramatically. We've gone from $500 million to $318 million. Mitigation costs have stayed about the same. There's a new wetlands restoration component that was required by the agencies for wetlands impacts. The major change in the cost has been the amount that's been required to meet the natural community conservation plan permit, which is the conservation above mitigation that I referred to before. In the previous draft, we had committed to a huge amount of acreage that we said the state and federal government would pay for. The state and federal government said there's no way they'll pay for it, so they agreed to reduce the total amount of overall conservation, and that's shaved about $180 million off of the cost over 50 years. What I just referred to as the cost share. Originally, we assumed in the first administrative draft that the state and federal government would pay for 90% of the conservation above mitigation. The standard sharing ratio is 50-50, so we're now back down to that sharing ratio. We also, as you know, are paying for that portion of it for the Natural Community Conservation Plan. Conservation above mitigation is state and federal grant funds, or in our particular case, as you may recall from previous presentations, it's the City of Davis open space tax, the Cache Creek Resources Management Plan funding from the county, and the Solano County Water Agency money that's spent on Lower Pewter Creek. We still have an assumption of no general fund being used for this plan other than the member agency contributions that are being used during the planning process. The rest of the conservation, the 17,000 acres that was on the original table, that is paid for through the fees, which are generated per acre on development. If you just have a standard impact on development, which is your typical Swainson's hawk, giant garter snake, that type of mitigation, you would, in the first draft, we had 8,000 an acre. We were not using mitigation ratios that were approved by the Wildlife Agency for that draft, and so those fees have gone up to $10,248 an acre as a result of the increase in the mitigation ratios that the Wildlife Agencies require. Same thing's true for the wetland fee, riparian fee, and lacustrine fee. If you impact wetlands habitat, you have to pay a fee on top of your base fee because you have to restore wetlands habitat, which is an expensive effort. And so if you impact wetlands habitat, then you have to pay a $62,000 fee on top of the $10,248 fee. So that's the fee structure for the HCP right now. Next slide. Plan funding, this is again a comparison between the first administrative draft and the second administrative draft. Development fees are paying for slightly more of the plan than the first administrative draft. Federal and state funding is way down, as I referred to earlier. Local funding is about the same, but the big difference between the first draft and the second draft is that we've identified exactly where we're going to get that local funding. And in addition, we're having all of the local agencies that are contributing actually pass resolutions saying, yes, we understand that we're committing this funding over the 50-year period. Next slide. Well, I'm not going to go through all these issues, but I did just want to make the council aware that we are not done. These next 3 or 4 months are going to be critical, and we'll be continuing to work with the Conservancy Board to make sure that we resolve all of these issues by the time we start the EIR. But we have issues such as the permit term, the number of covered species, and the biggest one, I could lump probably 10 of these issues into this tension between the agencies and the Conservancy about increasing the number of acres and therefore the costs. And we are going to continue to argue that we have developed a good framework in the second administrative draft, but there may be a need to give a little in order to get across the finish line in these next few months. Next slide. Next steps, as we mentioned a couple times, the comment deadline's coming up. The board did on Monday approve the EIS consultant, so we're ready to go there as soon as we have a draft to review. We will be resolving these final issues, which includes negotiating the remaining issues that I briefly mentioned, and then we're going to start work on the EIR and the local conservation strategy. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you have about the plan or the process going forward.
Anything?
No, she did a fine. Thank you for a fine job. Thank you.
Christoph.
I have a question. If we have not developed the properties within the 50-year timeline, what is the penalty?
If we don't conserve all of the habitat that we committed to conserve?
Correct.
We have an annual reporting process, and we have what's called a stay-ahead provision. So we have to continually report to the agencies how much we've conserved, and we have to stay ahead of the acres that we've used our permit for. And if we get behind, they'll know early on, and then they usually have what they call a meet and confer process, and you have to sit down with the wildlife agencies and explain why it is you're not able to meet your requirements. And then there's a number of different potential options. One is that you can amend the plan to change the requirements. Like just say, for example, we're not using all of there's not much development as we anticipated, so we don't have the funding to conserve the habitat. That you could amend your permit and reduce the amount of acres that you're covering. The worst case scenario is that they could actually take the permit away and you would go back to the original way of mitigating for development activities.
Because here, we in West Sacramento built Rayleigh Field, for an example. And I, for one, thought that would really be an impetus for a lot of development. We have had some in the Bridge District area now, but we've been in existence for, I'm going to say 25, 26 years. And it doesn't look like we could ever come close to developing the amount of acreage that is necessary in order to pay all the fees.
Right.
So I guess my concern is, number one, I think the 50 years is not long enough.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And number two, I think that it really needs to be known what the penalty will be. Is it going to be, like, we just had the discussion on water, $1 million or $100,000. What is it that it is going to be? I didn't see that.
There are no penalties, and one option is, that I didn't mention, is that if you haven't developed, you can ask to extend your permit term. Like, they're not gonna give you any more than 50 years right now, but they could allow you, let's say you're 30 years in, you know you're not gonna develop by year 45 what you expected. You could either amend the permit to reduce the amount of acres that you cover, or ask for an extension of the permit term at that time. But we have researched this endlessly with the agencies. There's a lot in this for the wildlife agencies too. They do not have the staff or the ability to coordinate mitigation at the level that a plan like this does. They want this plan because they see all the good that's happened in Yolo County and they want to continue that. So they have a vested interest to not penalize you, in other words, but to work with the Conservancy and the member agencies to implement this permit over time and to have it reflect the conditions that occur, because nobody can predict over 50 years how the development patterns are going to change, and they recognize that.
I guess, is there a way to put an addendum, or is there a way to put something into this that allows for that kind of discussion to take place?
Yeah, I would argue, but we can make it more clear in the plan, that this meet and confer process is what allows that. Because of the constant monitoring and reporting to the agencies, if you ever start to determine that your development patterns are not keeping up with what was expected for the plan, then you have it's got 5 or 6 different levels to it, and you decide from that. It's almost a mini negotiation again on what you should do to change the plan in order to reflect the changing conditions in the communities. And I'll look back at that language, and I can make sure that I understand what you're asking for, and I think that the plan process provides it, but I'll make sure that it's clear in the plan.
Well, I can tell you that I'm very happy with the work that you guys have done. I mean, this is light years ahead of where we started. And so I am very glad to see that there is something happening, so that there is a plan, so that the development community doesn't have to run to 15 different agencies in order to get something built or done, whatever it is. So I'm really glad that we're putting all this together. It's just though that I'd like to cross a couple T's and dot a couple of those I's.
I mean, just comment on that. Thanks, Mr. Christoph, for those comments, and I appreciate where you're coming from on that. I think that, as Petrea knows, that has been, you're not the first one to voice that concern going into this, and we were negotiating all last fall and into the beginning of the year. But it is important that you echo that as you're hearing the details about it, because as Petrea said, we've worked as a board and through Petrea's leadership and the rest of the team's leadership, we've created a framework that with the state and with the federal agencies on this plan, and they know first and foremost that it's got to be a plan that we can afford. And we have brought forward these issues just as you have, and but it is good to hear them from you, because we still have some work to do. And I think while the state does have the state and the federal government have a stake in seeing this come to fruition, we certainly have to be prepared to kind of back up what is at the core of our ability to pay for this. So I appreciate those comments.
Thank you very much for presenting this this document and background to us, and for Mayor Pro Tem Ledesma for his service as well. You answered my question, actually. My big concern was with this long list of remaining issues. How are we moving forward? And you shared that the board would then be taking those under consideration. So I know you've heard from folks here that 50 years really is, and you heard from Councilmember Christoph, it's probably not enough, although that's the term that's kind of the maximum term. So I think anything less wouldn't, at least from my perspective, wouldn't work for our city. So I know that Councilmember Ledesma, Mayor Pro Tem Ledesma, will bring that forward. So I'm confident now, knowing that that's the next step. So that was helpful. Thank you.
I certainly also thank Mayor Pro Tem Ledesma for her, and Petrea and the rest of the staff on our team and on well, there's not much of a staff at the JPA, but for rescuing essentially a completely failed entity that's really critical to habitat and to the species that we're trying to protect, and also to our economies in the local communities, and achieving both of those twin goals has been really critical, and I know it's been a huge amount of work by everyone involved, and this is a really good. It's where we're at is very solid. I do share the 50-year, 40-year concern very deeply. And we've just asked, as part of the Sustainable Communities and Metropolitan Transportation Plan process, we've asked all the jurisdictions to pull their development forecast back in a different time period, but still motivated by the same factors, which is that development the population growth was dramatically less than we had expected in the last 5 years or 6 years. And those numbers have been incorporated into a lot of the general plan and forecasts. And so 40 years is, so we've done that now, and the general plan, the SCS MTP time horizon is 2035, so that's not 40 or 50 years.
Right.
But then that presumes that what is all this pent-up stuff inside our general plans will then all get built very quickly after that, which is just not a reasonable assumption. Even at 50, that's questionable. I actually think for us, we're more likely than others to be able to achieve it because demand is in the area. Demand is strong in all parts of our city, whereas some other cities in the county have only a single development type, and we've got lots. And we happen to have the urban development type that's very popular, at least at the moment, and the forecasts are the same. But it's still a pretty big bet. And so just having to count on the good graces of the wildlife agencies 40 years from now, when they will have already achieved all their benefits from this process, because they will not have had to process all these individual permits.
That's a good point.
So if at the end of the 40 years, they will have achieved all their benefits, and we will, if we're not able to pay for it, we won't have a lot of cards in our deck to play either. So I just think it's really important that if you've got that piece plus the state-only contribution plus the 12th species plus all the other pieces on the cost side, and then you only have 40 years to generate the revenues, we're going to have to ask you and Mayor Pro Tem Ledesma to come out of a retirement or out of a grave in order to redo the bankruptcy proceedings.
Right.
And we can see that, we can forecast that clearly enough now that we should be doing everything we can to avoid that.
Okay, I understand. Makes a lot of sense.
All right. There's no further discussion? Is there no motion? This is on preparing a comment letter and.
I'll move the recommended action.
Okay. All right, seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries.
Thank you. And I also wanted to say thank you on behalf of the Conservancy to Councilmember Ledesma's service as chair. Probably you all know and you could appreciate that he had an extended term as chair. It was almost a year and a half. So he really did oversee development of this second administrative draft and was really helpful to staff at the Conservancy. So thank you for that. Thank you for loaning him to us.
Thanks for the pictures today, too.
All right, item 11 is presentation and discussion of the draft YOLO Broadband Strategic Plan.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. I'll present from over here for this item since I'm already here. Since October 2013, representatives from Yolo County Local Agency Formation Commission, Yolo County, and the cities have been working with Magellan Consultants, which is LAFCO's consultant, to evaluate broadband services and develop the YOLO Broadband Strategic Plan to identify strategies to improve broadband service in Yolo County and its communities. City staff from Information Technology, Economic Development, Public Works, and Community Development participated in the development of the final draft of the plan as a working group. This particular work activity has been led by the Economic Development staff until just recently, because we're moving into an implementation phase. It has now transferred to Community Development. Economic Development took the final draft plan to the Economic Development and Advisory Commission back in February 2015. As you know, at your council's strategic planning session in January, you asked for LAFCO to come and make a presentation on the county-wide plan, and that is why we are here this evening. In attachment 3 of the agenda report, that contains the outline that was discussed for the management agenda for 2015. And so that's really what community development will be working on over the course of the next year. We have not made a lot of progress, I'll be honest, to this point, because we've had quite a few things that have been ahead of this in the last couple months. The prior item, the habitat item, was one of them. So tonight, LAFCO and their consultant are here to do a PowerPoint presentation and go through the county-wide plan. And then I'll be here and available for questions. And we are really looking for direction from their plan and how, as it relates to what we had outlined back in January for the management agenda. So with that, I'd like to introduce Christine Crawford with YOLO LAFCO.
This needs to go up quite a bit for me. Oh, the clicker, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Cabal and members of the council. I'm Christine Crawford, your YOLO LAFCO officer, here tonight to give a presentation on the broadband strategic plan, and thanks for having us here this evening. I wanted to provide just a really brief context, and then I'm going to introduce John Honker, our consultant from Magellan Advisors. So just by way of how we got here, back in 2013, I think, broadband, I think we all understand is a topic that's becoming increasingly important for our businesses and our residents. But really back in 2013, that was a time where I think kind of an acute awareness took hold from some of the leadership among the county elected officials that the existing providers that we had really just were not doing an adequate job of investing and upgrading the old infrastructure that we had back from the 80s and 90s in the county. And there was just no apparent economic incentive for them to do so. And so the communities saw that there was a need to really look at that and take the initiative to find out what was going on and see what could be done to get gaps filled for our communities. So that kind of culminated in May of 2013. We happened to have a YOLO Leaders Forum event, which I'm sure you're all aware of. And the topic that night happened to be broadband. And so we talked about broadband and the importance and what we needed to do collectively. And it was decided as an outcome out of that process that we needed to do a strategic plan. And LAFCO was asked to spearhead that effort as a shared service program on behalf of all the cities in the county. And so the LAFCO Commission, agreed to go ahead and do that. And so we went through the RFP process to select Magellan Advisors as our consultant, and we got going from there. So that's kind of how we got here. I also really want to give thanks to Diane Richards from Economic Development. We worked with a steering committee throughout the process with representatives from each of the agencies. And Diane was kind of my point person here who corralled all the city staff on working on this plan, and now I appreciate that Charlene's going to be taking that over. So I'll stop there, and I will introduce John Honker from Magellan Advisors to go through the presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Kristen. Good evening, councilors and Mr. Mayor. Excited to be here tonight to talk a little bit about the broadband strategic plan like Christine and Charlene had introduced, and really give you an understanding of the findings in that plan. This is really informational, but it's really important also for you to think about this as strategic for the city of West Sacramento as a part of the master plan, because as part of that strategic plan that was created at the county level, the plan focused also on each city individually. And as Christine said, we worked heavily with Diane and IT and other staff inside the city to help develop strategies that would make sense for West Sacramento from a broadband perspective. Charlene, do we have the PowerPoint available? Oh, there it is. It just went to sleep. Next slide, please. So really very elementary. What are we talking about when we're talking about broadband? We're really talking about high-speed internet And that can be delivered over wireless or wired communications in our communities. And as most of you know, when you're at home, you have some kind of a wire that goes into your house that provides internet access and probably television and phone and other services on top of that, right? And that's what we normally think about as our broadband connections. That picture is changing dramatically throughout the country right now. And this is why this broadband strategic plan has been created, is because what we're seeing in the broadband world right now is cities getting excited and actively involved in how broadband develops in their communities, because what's happening is that the citizens are crying out for it and the businesses are crying out for it, because the demand for bandwidth and applications is far outpaced the supply that's available. The market has not kept up with the demand, and this is creating an issue. And it's not just happening in West Sacramento, it's happening throughout California, it's happening throughout the country. We work with about 200 different cities like West Sacramento that are going through this same struggle and trying to figure out how to get better broadband to their citizens and their businesses. So really what this strategic plan represents is an opportunity for the city of West Sacramento to use some resources that it has, not necessarily to provide services directly, but in cooperation with private providers to make more broadband infrastructure available. And I'll talk about that in just a moment. But let's go on to the next slide, just to frame out what we're talking about here. Now, the type is a little funny there, but you can see the size of the pipes here in relation to one another, right? And that you can see that very small pipe, the pink pipe at the very bottom, that really represents dial-up, right? That's what we used to have, and some of us unfortunately still do have. 56K, it's very slow, can't do a whole lot over that. We start going up into the green and the blue and the orange pipe. Those are what are our traditional broadband connections that we have today. Cable, DSL, wireless, 3G, 4G. So these are all the traditional types of infrastructure that the providers utilize, right? They have cable networks, they have telephone networks that are providing broadband services. These are the kinds of networks that right now are not keeping up with demand. And unfortunately, that's what about 90% of residents and businesses in West Sacramento have. What we're really looking for, and the push, is to build fiber optic networks and to bring fiber to the home and fiber to the business and bring more bandwidth closer to the end user. And what does that mean? That means taking those small pipes that you can see inside and expanding them to the size of the large pipe, the large blue pipe that's on your screen there. Fiber optic provides a much, much higher capacity, a much, much greater bandwidth for services that allows all those applications that our kids are using at school and at home, that our hospitals are using, that the government itself is using, allow those to get access. Move to the next slide. So really, applications are driving this need for demand, right? The more applications you have, the more, how many devices do you guys have at home? I have like about 12 devices in my house, between 3 phones, 2 iPads, 3 computers, 2 TVs. You start to see this huge number of devices explode, right? As we have more of these things walking around the house with more broadband and more bandwidth, and they're always on and they're always using your broadband services. It just taxes the systems more. So again, this is really the trend, and this is what's happening in places like West Sacramento, is that the supply is not keeping up with the demand. Next slide, please. And the applications are ever growing. We can go to the next slide. So why is it important? It's not just about the device and the application. We look at it, the key to this, and in most communities, similar to West Sacramento, it's all about economic development, right? Because when we look at the businesses, your small, medium, and even your enterprise businesses have to have sufficient broadband to be able to compete. And what we find in places like West Sacramento is that they don't have it right now, especially your small and medium businesses. They need more bandwidth and they need more access, but they can't pay for it because those products, one, aren't available, and two, where they are available, only the largest businesses can access them because the price is so high. So a good example is small business downtown. Once, let's say a small tech company downtown wants to get more bandwidth. They can't upgrade beyond a certain point with their cable service or their DSL. They have to go to fiber optic to get this real service that they need and the service that they want. If they want to do that, they're not they're not paying $150, $200 for that service. Now they're paying upwards of $1,000 maybe $1,500 for that service. When we did the survey in West Sacramento, we found that everywhere in the community, that all of your business community is heavily utilizing bandwidth, but they're not getting the services they need. Next slide. So we looked at what the costs were of broadband and what people were getting for their dollar on the residential side, and we found that, you know, as you spent more money to get better internet services, you got a little bit more bandwidth. So if you look at this graph, the red lines on this graph represent the increases in speed that West Sacramento residents reported in the surveys that we did with them against what they're paying for that service. And you can see that it goes up from 5 megabits, right, a 5 megabit connection, which is a basic DSL connection or a cable connection, that paying $20 to $30 a month, all the way up to $100 to $124 a month. But if you look at even at the highest speed tier, which is 15 meg, that doesn't even qualify as true broadband right now, because the FCC just retitled broadband internet connectivity as a Title II service, as a regulated service, and the minimum speed the FCC believes is broadband is 25 megabits. So even your fastest users in West Sacramento are getting 10 megabits less than the FCC's definition of broadband. So this isn't broadband in all essence. Next slide, please. So what we found is that 18% of the residents and about 45% of your businesses believe the service is unreliable in West Sacramento. That was over a range of about 150 residents and about 79, 80 businesses felt that way. 30% of the residents and 45% said it's not fast enough. And we find that some of the neighborhoods and some of the business parks in particular just aren't served with connectivity. When we were working with Diane and looking at some of the key areas, even in the Bridge District and some of the business parks to the west part of the community, no broadband was available. Or it was available, but there was a 6-month lead time on it, and at the same time, the cost of that service was unaffordable for most of the businesses that were looking to relocate there. So this is a big problem, and the key to this problem is really the fact that there's a limited amount of fiber optic infrastructure that's available to the market, available to the local businesses. Next slide, please. So this is a good example of how it looks. So, you know, if we look at the top map, we see that the data that's being reported in the top map, if you look at the blue regions, that's showing, you know, above 50 to 100 megabits in speed. But if we look at the bottom map, the actual speed tests that we received from the residents and the businesses in that area were much, much lower. So even what's being reported as very, very high speeds by the providers isn't being realized by the community. So there's an experience issue here. You know, the data that we have on the top map comes directly from the California Public Utilities Commission. Providers report that data directly to the PUC, but the reality is speeds are very, very much lower. And that's because the systems that are being used to deliver broadband are not sufficient to keep up with the demand again. Next slide. So what does this mean for West Sacramento, right? We know there's some issues here. What we're really looking at is a range of recommendations that you should be considering that help bring more infrastructure into West Sacramento and help you build that infrastructure at low costs. So one, to begin with, you have some conduit already, right? Conduit, underground pipe is the key to enabling the infrastructure and getting better broadband services, because getting that pipe in the ground allows you to put fiber in that pipe, which allows then the providers to use that fiber to deliver more broadband services to the community. So one of the key aspects is to start to acquire and aggregate municipal infrastructure that you can utilize with those providers. And you already have some. You have some fiber optic that you run just for the city, and you have some conduit that in the Bridge District that was deeded over, I believe, in one of the early development deals that happened there. So there's some infrastructure assets already, but you should continue to build on those and leverage those with the broadband providers that are in the area. You have good broadband providers here. The challenge is they need more infrastructure, and if they're willing to partner with the city on joint builds and on joint trenching whenever utilities are happening and road projects, whenever roads are being opened up. Any of these opportunities for joint trenching allow them to come into projects that the city is doing, capital projects, to install their infrastructure alongside the city, or where the city doesn't need to install it, it doesn't have to. So we have a couple of recommendations here that were created out of the plan. One is to adopt general plan policies to make broadband infrastructure part of your land development code effectively, meaning that anytime you have the streets opened because of a water, sewer, or a road, or any capital project that disturbs the ground, it gives you that opportunity to put the conduit, the underground conduit, into that project at about 20% of the cost that it would otherwise. So when we start looking at what that means to the end user, it means that there's more infrastructure available that can be used by the providers, and then that can be leveraged to provide those services down to your end user. Coordination with the local agencies is also really important. You know, we looked at West Sacramento in connection with the county and the other cities, and we see some major opportunities for collaboration and sharing infrastructure. Yolo County's got a huge network, very large fiber optic network that covers a good part of the county and has some assets here in West Sacramento. You should work together to find ways that that can be used to bring more broadband in as well, and leverage that to get more infrastructure into the county. And also partner with the other organizations, not just in West Sac, but also in the in Yolo County in general, because everyone has technology needs and broadband needs, and the more collaboration that can happen, the more you can bring these organizations together and bring more broadband to them. So that's a little bit of an overview of those recommendations. I think that's the end of our slides. So what we want to do is really open it up to questions from you about the broadband project. It's a complicated issue, so we wanted to spend some time with you really kind of working through questions and answers.
Mr. Johannesson.
Yeah, maybe just a couple of preliminary questions. On the surveys you did, so these are basically just folks that had broadband. You asked them, I saw the survey questionnaire in here, so it was based on their feeling of how fast it was, or how did you?
So the survey was basically done. There was some qualitative data that was captured in the survey, but there was also quantitative data. So each one of the surveys that was run had to be unique from each household, had to be a fixed wired broadband connection, meaning it couldn't be on a wireless network. It had to be their home network. And they had to run their own speed tests off of it. So we could actually measure the speeds, and you saw that map with all the little dots. It gave us about 150 data points throughout West Sacramento to show where those speeds were being received. And then we looked at that in relation to what the providers were reporting, and we saw a major difference.
Yeah, good. Yeah, it's good that you did that. Now, one of the problems we have in looking at connectivity is a lot of this data is proprietary by the two providers, basically, and they're not really that willing to give up their customer base or their information. So have you seen any other cities that maybe worked cooperatively with the service providers so they can basically provide connection data without any kind of disclosing any kind of private information or trade secrets, but kind of get it more from the source? I know they're always going to make marketing claims about their speed versus what actually happens, but in terms of just the types of connections like a DSL or fiber or whatever, some of these newer subdivisions.
Yeah, and it's an ice-breaking process, I'll put it that way, with the providers. We worked with Wave here, with CenturyLink, with some other providers that were actually relatively open in sharing data. It depends how detailed that data is going to be, and it also depends how that data would be utilized, right? Because a big part of the provider's fear is that it's going to get released to the competitors, and if they're working with a municipality, then everything becomes public record, right? So that's why we get some inaccurate data, like we see that's sometimes dispatched by the PUC, because they release some very sanitized versions of their data. What's really important is to work with the providers to understand where they have the different types of services and where the gaps are, because their gaps and their issues are your issues at the end of the day, because if they've got gaps in their service territory, then that means your residents and your businesses aren't getting the services that they need, and you should know about that from them. If there's a cooperative and a collaborative partnership that can be made with those providers to bolster that, for example, if the city has some of that infrastructure available or can make that infrastructure available, then those become good partnership opportunities with the providers.
Thanks.
Sure.
Questions or comments? Representative Ledesma?
Thank you. Thank you for coming tonight and the report. And I guess this is an area that I've always wondered about because from personal experiences, I'm telecommute, I work from home. And always wondered about the kind of how this internet speed is handled. I have the same problem you do. I have 2 kids and a wife and a dozen devices or more going on at one time, plus work, which requires probably a little more bandwidth because it's going through a secure VPN connection. And,
sure.
And this really opened my eyes to sort of what I think is a gap we have. But the part that I'm not clear on though is especially when you identify in the plan that residential and business community is perceiving a problem, and you've identified there's a gap through the survey and the data you get. But I'm trying to baseline that against another community even outside of Yolo County. Mm-hmm. While Yolo County we share the county lines with and infrastructure and all our partners with,
sure.
We actually probably do a little more business right across the river, and sort of if we have any data points in terms of what they are experiencing and what services are broadband services are available to them, because obviously we have people that probably telecommute like me, or mm-hmm. We were working with businesses that work with the state across the river, and it's just is there any sort of information or data you have on that point?
So you do, and it really comes down to density and both the business and the residential density of what's happening across the river. Because the more dense the communities are, generally the better services they'll have. Because the more dense, if we have a community where we have, let's say 10 homes per mile versus a community where we have 30 homes per mile, there's a lot more service that can come out of that, and a lot more volume for the providers to create a return on their investment. So more investment goes into those bigger communities, like Sacramento. So you see a community like that, larger metropolitan area, higher density in the downtown corridor. You'll see more services, more upgrades happening. This is the same situation you see throughout the country. Smaller communities, generally we see sort of 100,000 as sort of the invisible line, where providers are investing in metropolitan markets that are larger than that. Ones that are smaller than that are often left behind. So it's not unique to Yolo County or Sacramento versus West Sac. It's something that's really happening across the country.
And I guess the question and related question, your recommendations and how you incorporate this into our general plan. Mm-hmm. And you mentioned that working with you on low-cost ways to improve broadband capability throughout the city. And I've kind of just turned that to our staff and kind of to understand where we are. I didn't get that out of the staff report, sort of how are we currently incorporating that?
Currently, we do have, I think, a single policy statement in the general plan that speaks to broadband services. I've been working with our planning staff on our general plan update, and we are adding more policies. So that, I believe there are policies now in the economic development element, and there'll be some more in the land use element as well. So we're looking at putting policies in that speak to not only when we go and do roadway improvements, if we're going to open up the street, as Mr. Honker indicated, that we would then have policies in the general plan update that would say, if the city's doing a capital improvement project, or if a developer's opening up a street, that then conduit should be put in. Also, we would be putting it in there for new construction, any new developments that, any new subdivisions coming forward, whether it be residential, commercial, or industrial, that any new subdivisions would need to provide broadband in the subdivisions. And there's various levels that we can do that. I mean, we can have it encourage, we can have it be a hard, fast requirement, similar to like an essential piece of infrastructure like water, sewer, or electricity. The more stringent we get with requirements, and the more we place on development and even ask them to, say, oversize to serve even beyond their development, now we're getting closer to a full-blown utility master plan, nexus study, impact fee program. I mean, that's an extreme that you can go to, and some cities are exploring that or maybe have already enacted that. That's not something that staff has been recommending. At least community development staff has not been recommending to that point. In February, I attended the Capital Area Broadband Consortium at the Hacker Lab, and providers were there. There was quite a few different interests represented. And when I walked away from that, I had some ideas for our community as to how we might implement this, take this, the larger countywide plan and their recommendations and actually make it happen on the ground in West Sacramento. So some examples would be, like a capital improvement project would be the Village Parkway extension that we're about to undertake. Go ahead and get some empty conduit, at least empty conduit put into that. Maybe not fiber, but we'd have to look at the cost. You know, what I got from the providers at that consortium was that they really weren't looking for the city to put it all in for them. They said, basically, if you could help streamline the permit process for us, you know, simplify the encroachment permit process. If you could maybe, when you're doing your major arterial roadways, put in that first mile, what they call the first mile. You know, get us the backbone in your major loop roads, and then we'll take it from there. You know, if it's out there right at the street edge, we'll take it the last mile and get it there. So that's some of the feedback I got at the consortium. The other ideas obviously were to require them. We have several large projects coming up. They're asking for development agreements. That's a perfect place to put it in for an entire master plan area, would be to require it through a development agreement. So that's kind of some of the things I walked away from the consortium, and to give you an idea of what we've been thinking about.
And I know the mayor's biting at the chomp, because this is technology and innovation, or Councilmember Johannessen's bailiwick. But what I will say is I appreciate your feedback on that, because as we look into and some of the endeavors we've focused on as a city, including Code for America and innovation and all the things that us drawing closer to an economic development strategy that brings in food hubs and their connectivity to the farms and agricultural assets we have around the region, and the transportation that we have here. This is an area that's just as I read through this the other night, I'm like, there's a gigantic hole that I have perceived, because I experience it every day as sometimes it chugs along, and what's wrong with the internet today? And of course I call our local provider and everything's fine. Speed tests are good and I'm paying top dollar and you should be fine. And so there's always been that gap. So I'm glad this validated that, but it doesn't, you know, I'm interested in how we're going to build, not just for next year, in my experience, the next 2 years working from home or whatever I'm doing. It's really for 10 years from now. And as the Bridge District and what we're trying to do, and bringing in a creative class and bringing in those in our urban centers as well, the folks that we're going to be creative minds working on the technology that we haven't even discovered yet. Do we have the infrastructure to support it? So those are kind of issues that came to mind. So I'm glad you're thinking of those policy decisions that we might want to consider. I don't even know where to start. That's why I know I'm going to turn it over to the mayor, and he probably has it all charted out on his wall at home. But again, this are the things that it brought forward, so I appreciate the feedback on this. Thank you.
Mr. Kristoff.
Yeah, Charlene, Village Parkway. It seems like that would be a place that a pipe could really be of assistance, because, I mean, it's going to go from very, very far south. It's going to come all the way over to, we'll say, the Mike McGowan Bridge. I mean, and it just seems like if we had the pipe in place, then that's the biggest impediment for the infrastructure to get completed. So is that something is that how we would do it? We'd sort of piecemeal it along major arterials or a couple different developments that are out there like Liberty and whatever else. But is that what we will do as far as our general plan is concerned?
Well, those were some example policies of where we're heading with the general plan update. We still have a little more research to do to see if there's any more that we can do. Like I said, there's various levels, and that's kind of why we're here tonight, is to get feedback from the council to determine what degree do you want us to go with this. And it may be difficult for you to answer. I recognize that, because you may need more information from us on what's the cost of the different levels.
That's the big one, is the cost. I mean, how much does it cost to put in a cable pipe? I mean, I'm not talking about putting in the fiber optic. Just what's it cost to put in this pipe especially if you have an opening, so to speak. You're building a road or you're doing something like that. It just seems that you can drop that pipe in along the way. And I don't know what the cost of a pipe is or anything, but I mean, it just seems like you can do those kind of things.
And we can, and we did in the Bridge District.
Yeah.
Conduit like this would typically go in the joint trench. That's another thing we would do, is update our city standard specifications to show where we want it. Because that's one thing the providers ask me. It says, your standard specs don't tell us, even if we wanted to put it in, every time we go to do it, you have to tell us specific to that project where you want it. It'd be helpful if you could vet that and get it in your standard specs. So that's something we're looking at. We do have, the next time we come back to you on this, we'll be able to come back with costs, examples from the Bridge District. We put empty pipe in the Bridge District. So we can tell you on a per linear foot basis how much it cost us to drop the empty conduit in the ground at that time, to give you some idea of magnitude. That's probably the most feasible way, just with my experience knowing what empty conduit takes to put in.
Well, it would be helpful to me, because I sit on LAFCO. It would be helpful to me that if you can bring those kinds of instances so that I can share that with the rest of the LAFCO board. I think that would be something that's helpful to me.
Okay.
I think this is this is very helpful. I'm glad we got the report, and there's I think it helps us get the right start. I don't think the YOLO, this framework is sort of best practice for essentially any jurisdiction anywhere in the United States at this point, and we have to do it. We need a step change breakthrough on broadband that is more than just this. So these are good starting policies. But we're not competing with Woodland. I mean, we are competing with the grid in Sacramento that already has, a much wider spread availability of fiber, and we will not be able to compete successfully with them around the technology-driven sectors, not just the tech sector, but many economic sectors that are going to depend, that already do or will depend on this level of, on that level of broadband. The YOLO framework is only like a baseline of good planning policies that will not lead to the kind of breakthrough that we're really going to need. Re-examining like what we did in the Google Fiber self-analysis and reflection, like what kinds of policies would we need in order to either win that competition if it were to happen again, but to induce other entrants into the market. And so these policies are actually, good lessons in that, because communities that haven't done these sorts of things don't attract the fiber companies either. In addition to clear policies around pole access and pole fees and that sort of thing, which is not covered in this to a large extent. But really trying to, if we're thinking what's the strategy to get there, what is the strategy? We do need to get to full fiber. I mean, it cannot be just the latest conduit. Mm-hmm. However, that doesn't mean everywhere, right? I actually think the Village Parkway one's interesting as an example, but it's the least needed of all, in terms of the geographic corridor we're trying to get to. It's already, that Southport's already at 90% coverage of broadband, and other than apparently the block that Mr. Ledesma is on, according to this map.
It's the next one over.
Okay. Most of the populated area, we have problems in parts of rural Southport and a couple of other small pockets, but the Village Parkway solution won't really get at the economic issues or at the economic inequality issues. So, I mean, it's a good example of how to prepare for the future, but it doesn't get to that fundamental. And I think we need to. So I'd like to, at some point in the future, get some more refined West Sacramento information. Like, what is the nature of what do we already have as a city in terms of our municipal, fiber and other conduit connections, like the Bridge District as an example. But do we have direct connections from City Hall to the police station, or do we have other assets that we might be able to bootstrap off of, either with the possibility of building a municipal system ourselves, or leasing or selling the assets that we have already to a new provider that might be prepared to enter, but to have that option ahead of us. Because I think one fundamental problem we have in the city is we only have two providers, and the lack of competition causes them to not provide the level of service or investment in infrastructure that we need in the community, and frankly, to not provide very quality customer service. It's one of the top complaints I get, and my colleagues may be the same, from folks who, I can't get service where I'm at, or Wave has done this, and that, and they're not responsive, or my service goes out, or whatever, I can't make it work. But then I only have UVerse after that, and if that doesn't work, then I'm out of luck altogether. And they're both equally non-responsive in a lot of ways. So with additional, whereas in San Francisco, Comcast and Wave compete directly with each other, and UVerse is there. And there's a lot of providers that create some competition around both quality of service, the extensibility of the service, and the affordability of the service. And so we never had to deal with this before because we've franchised the cable company. And we've been stuck with that legacy ever since. But in some respects, I wish we were in the Comcast service area, even though Comcast has its own problems, because we ought to be attaching ourselves to the, or we ought to consider attaching ourselves to the emerging broadband network that's rooted in Sacramento, rather than sharing a broadband provider with Woodland as our long-term strategy, because we don't have similar needs. So the extent to which we could build a pipe that connects us directly into Sacramento's system instead, maybe run it in the streetcar lane. Maybe there are other options that would allow us to access, and to start to have providers think of us as part of the city of over 100,000, as opposed to being part of the county that is 200,000 people. In terms of a longer-term solution. The other thing I say is, since I live in the Bridge District, an area where we've done this, and we've created the cables. I actually had both providers out at my house last week, and they said we had a third cable, which they thought was SureWest. Is that us instead, or is SureWest actually laying cable, or laying cable in our city?
SureWest is putting cable in on 5th Street. I know they're north of Tower Bridge Gateway. I'll have to double check and make sure that they are the one that's also going south into the Bridge District.
Yeah, okay. Somebody's got an extra cable in this system. But what was interesting, part of what was interesting to me about it was that our building requirements require for the boxes to be built for broadband services to accommodate only one provider. So the sizing of them. Therefore, we essentially are granting a bundle monopoly to whichever one. I mean, if you want Wave TV, you must have essentially Wave cable and Wave phone service. Essentially, you can't mix and match because we're only creating in our building policies. We're only creating the infrastructure at the residential or commercial space for a single provider. So I mean, this is not a massive issue right now, but if we are able to attract other providers, bundling is definitely in the interest of the companies. It may not be in the interest of the individual users. So the extent to which our building policies don't reinforce the company's interest over the consumer's interest, I think it's an area we ought to be. This is not an emergency, but we used to protect consumers in our community by virtue of our franchise authority. We essentially lost that authority because of the Telecommunications Act. But as a result, we've never, ever since then said, okay, but now what? If we had never had the franchising authority, we might have developed some other mechanism, which we didn't do, because we always had the hard hammer of, well, we get to pick the provider, and we have all the controls of the franchising, which we no longer have. So it might be an area for us to look at into the longer term. But I think for me, at least in the near term, just getting a better sense of what our own assets are, and the potential for us to some ideas for some step change breakthrough areas around fiber access, at least in the core economic corridors of the city, in addition to filling in some of the underserved areas, would be important. Mr. Chair, has any further comments?
Yeah, I mean, just maybe just on the policy issue. So, I mean, I like the kind of the statement that this should be treated as more like a utility, like electricity and water. It should be provided to everybody. One of the issues is going to be, and I think you had mentioned kind of the number of devices coming online, but we're starting to see, refrigerators and home appliances, and everything is starting to get kind of cluttered in with this mess. And we really need to keep on top of it, because I think it's, in terms of city policy, our policy should be that we're going to use technology to create better city services, to create better community interaction. And also, we need to focus on the education. When I was back at this Cap to Cap, we had a meeting with Doris Matsui, put on a conference with FCC Commissioner Rosenworcel. And her pitch was, yeah, we've got 25 megabits that we're going now, but they really want to see it 100 megabits. In fact, there's a gigabit at the Hacker Lab, and they've been talking about how to see if that could be put out into these different areas, nodes in these different areas. But her pitch was really, it's a component of the digital divide, but it's also Wi-Fi as a digital bridge. Because as more and more kids are doing stuff online in school, kids that don't have consistent internet access aren't able to even do their homework. And you hear stories about kids doing their FASB applications on their cell phones, or going to Starbucks, at midnight so they can kind of bleed off the Wi-Fi that's coming out of there to do their homework. I mean, it really is going to hinder us if we don't get on top of this and be able to provide this. So in terms of priority, I think it's a huge priority. I think it's great if we can, maybe do the first mile, but create some kind of incentives to make this go quicker. I think fiber is what we're going to need to do, and I totally agree with the mayor in terms of, making this conduit more accessible to more content, more types of delivery, because we don't want to have kind of these nodes in our city that are kind of controlled by different interests, and we're not really going to be able to get a handle on this. So, I mean, in terms of, a general plan, I know we've got, policy statements in there, but, maybe we could have a policy that really kind of addresses the connectivity issue, how important it is for our city's development. Because we are trying to create not only businesses here and entrepreneurship, but it's also just day-to-day life. It goes above and beyond just, Netflix. It's actually, people have got to survive. They've got, their security systems on Wi-Fi. It's becoming more like water or electricity. And I think we have to get to the point where we're treating it that way. It's going to cost money, but then you also have to look at it. What are the savings going to be if we start creating better efficient city services. And so it's not just going to be, it's going to be an initial outlay, but it's going to be pretty hard to monetize that, the future benefit of that. But there is going to be a future benefit. So it's not just out, it's an investment.
As long as we have to declare stage 3 internet. You know, if I can just, one thing you did say, Mr. Johannes, I totally agree with everything you said, and at some point, we're probably leading to a discussion and kind of strategic priorities and policy statements that we're heading towards. And you mentioned, though, it should be, we should think about it like water and sewer and everything else that's available everywhere. And the part I'll add to that is, as we've seen with our own water, minus the stage 3 reductions we have in place, we invested heavily in our water source here in our treatment plant, and it's become a focal point for our food hub. So it's just not just a utility, it's actually become, as the mayor pointed out, an asset for our city where it's attracting food producers because the quality of the water we're producing. And I think, and again, this is not my area, but to your point, if we have a readily available internet access and broadband, and top quality broadband, that helps compete with, I think where the mayor's going is nearby cities, and not just here, but globally. And I think one of the things I learned to education, it does help businesses, not just the large ones who suck up a lot of broadband for their business, but small ones. And in meetings I was in 2 weeks ago with the Small Business Administration, they are totally radically changing the infrastructure of their technology, and to where they want every business to be able to interact with the agency directly on capital access, education, and they're one of the first agencies that's being looked at by the president's, I think it's Department of Digital Services, that he's commissioned from ex-Google executives that are coming in and doing almost a code for America. And their vision is that every business now through the internet can apply directly for loans, to get resources for themselves, and it is a leap forward. And my point is that we have small businesses and large businesses that would benefit from the broadband. It's going to be what they're dependent on in 5 years. So, all right, you have sufficient comment?
Yes, this has been very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, that brings us then to item 12, which is consideration of a presentation on the Bridge to Housing project update. It's like an all YOLO night, isn't it?
Good evening, Mayor Cabaldon and council members. As you're aware, homelessness is an issue for the city of West Sacramento. It's been ongoing, and in the third quarter of last year, 2014, the police department began to address a homeless encampment in the North Levee project, area of the city. We brought together a collected group of individuals and agencies and entities to try to address this both effectively and compassionately. And the outcome of that was to become the Bridge to Housing project. Tonight I've got Ryan Collins, our homeless coordinator, with us today to give us an update on that particular project. And after that, after any questions that you may have, we have Karen Larson from the County Mental Health to discuss the next steps from Bridge to Housing and as we move forward. So with that, I'll introduce Ryan Collins. Sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'd like to provide you with a brief informational update on the status of the Bridge to Housing pilot project, answer any questions that you may have, and then defer to Karen regarding any next steps being taken at the county level. As the chief mentioned, on August 26th is when we convened that first meeting at the police department. That was a large group of about 25 city, county, and state agencies. The objective of that plan was the objective of that meeting was to develop a plan to humanely and expeditiously relocate the homeless individuals residing on the North Levee area. And that plan emerged with the Housing Authority, the county, and the city as lead partners in the effort. It was brought to the City Council for consideration on October 15th of 2014. You approved it at that time. And on November 12th, 2014, the 65 pilot participants were relocated to the Old Town Inn. The site was managed by the Housing Authority. They were temporarily housed there and connected with services addressing health, substance abuse, mental health issues, as well as getting connected with sources of income from benefits or employment. The temporary housing component of the pilot ended after 109 days on February 28th, 2015. And all of the remaining pilot participants continue to receive ongoing case management services from Yolo County and their contracted service providers. Some of the outcomes from that now, looking back, that we have a little bit of time from the end of the housing portion of the pilot. 53 of the 65 entrants graduated the program. Of those 53, 49 received housing choice vouchers, sometimes known as Section 8, in very record time. We're looking at a time of about 3 months instead of 3 years. That's an extraordinary sort of success. And of those graduates, currently 26, or about half, are permanently housed locally. One had his voucher migrated to another county. Another 13 are temporarily housed in shelters, motels, or treatment and recovery programs. And of those, 6 of them have permanent housing identified and are awaiting their move-in dates, with 2 moving in this week. And there are 9 that we know of that are housed, or that are unhoused, either camping or couch surfing or similar arrangements. The North Levee remains clear for public use, with a 28.9% reduction in citizen-initiated calls for service to the police department and the surrounding neighborhoods, with regular patrols going to make sure that it maintains that status. And when we conducted the point-in-time homeless census, West Sacramento's unsheltered homeless population dropped from 126 persons in 2013 to 80 persons this year as a result of the bridge to housing. That number is below 2007 levels. The working relationship between law enforcement, social service providers, and the homeless themselves has greatly improved in Yolo County as a result of this pilot. And the county is establishing a homeless coordination unit in the newly integrated Health and Human Services Department that will, again, further improve the ability to work together to solve issues of homelessness in our community. And I have to say that West Sacramento and Yolo County have increased competitiveness overall if we wish to apply for, let's say, future grant funding to take more bites out of the issue. So that's a brief update, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Mr. Johannesson.
Yeah, Ryan, thanks for the update. On the 28.9% reduction, this may be an issue that the chief may be able to address. Can we put a value on that?
Sure. It went down from low 200s to low, or to high, like maybe 170 or so. And
dollars?
No, of calls
Yeah.
per service, compared last year versus this year in the same time period. The chief would be able to tell you what the dollar amount associated with that kind of savings would be. There are different kinds of calls for service, obviously ranging, from, I have a boo-boo to some great emergency.
Right.
And we could dive more deeply into the data to look at the types of calls for service with the crime analyst and get back to you on that.
Yeah, because I think that's one of the things we talked about, that yes, it's, like the last time, yes, it is an investment, but we should be seeing a reduction in the calls of service, which obviously it takes staff to do that. There's a cost associated with that. So when we're talking about funding this kind of thing, I think we need to see if we can capture as much of that as we can.
Mr. Christoph.
Yeah, I've received a few calls, and you probably know the people, probably. But they are complaining that more and more homeless people, or more and more people are stealing their goods, they're climbing in the back of trailers, they're using U-Haul as a place to hide out or whatever in the back of trailers and sleep, and all of that. And they say that the majority of those people, they feel, have vouchers from the city of Sacramento.
Interesting.
Have we seen an uptick, or have we seen something going on between Sacramento and West Sacramento because of the motel base that we have?
So there are a few interesting questions nested there. The first clarification I would ask is when you say that they have vouchers from the city of Sacramento.
Right.
Do you mean that they already have secured a housing voucher and yet they're
Not a
over here?
housing voucher.
Yeah.
And they're probably just new people
Okay.
that have gotten a voucher to spend the night.
Motel voucher
Right.
issued by some entity over there. I think that there is a constant trickle of migration between the city of Sacramento and the city of West Sacramento. We have a very porous border. I mean, you can throw a stone across probably the narrowest
sure.
part of the river. And we have a large billboard as you enter town that, says how many motels that
Right.
we have here. So the motels are definitely kind of the housing of last resort for many people. And sometimes they're staying partially through the month where they can sort of get their 2 weeks inside, they run out of money, and then the remaining 2 weeks, they're couch surfing, camping outside, otherwise maybe in a U-Haul or whatever. Has there been an uptick in that recently from Sacramento? I don't know for certain. I am working with the homeless coordinator at the city of Sacramento, Emily Halkan, as well as with their PD's impact team to help coordinate our efforts to maybe share some data, methods, et cetera, and get an answer to something like that.
Okay. I'll probably put you in touch because it seems like there are 3 or 4 motels that cater to the voucher system as far as Sacramento is concerned. And they're not highly thought of from some other people on the strip. So it's just,
If we can really localize it, sir, then maybe that would be an opportunity for applying a little bit of attention and see what we can do to, improve that situation, whether that would be outreach to the individuals to see if there's something that can go on to stabilize their picture, or maybe law enforcement or whatever relevant resources are necessary.
I'll see if I can set something up for you to
Thank you.
communicate with. Yeah, okay.
Emily's a former West Sacramento commissioner as well. The City of Sacramento's homeless coordinator used to serve on one of our commissions. Councilmember Sandine?
Oh, thank you, Mayor Cabaldon. I think by all accounts, the data presented here, they're very positive for the pilot. Not only, the lives kind of changed, or at least, we're seeing that, and as well as all the agencies coming together. So again, I applaud that work, and it seems like it will have, as the chief said, I think an ongoing kind of opportunity for us in the future. I think I'm echoing a bit of my colleague, Councilmember Christoph's concern or issue raised. The reduction in citizen-initiated calls in the kind of the levee area, have we subsequently noticed calls in other areas that kind of may be suggesting kind of a migration of an issue or concerns to another part of the city?
Yeah,
I think
if
that,
people are moving around as a result of it. During the pilot, at the first time that I addressed you during the pilot, which was the January 28th council meeting, I believe at that time we noticed an 8.3% increase in calls for service on the West Capitol corridor. And that was while the pilot was going on. I haven't heard of significant increases elsewhere, but that would be something to discuss with the crime analyst. My guess is whenever you're going to move a population of individuals that has a unique local culture and enmesh them with another one, there really is a difference between the North Levee homeless and the West Capitol homeless in a sort of motel half the month transients. And that mixing can cause a bit of friction. So we can look into that for you as well.
Other questions or comments?
All right. Karen, do you want to?
Thank you.
Before I introduce Karen, I just want to emphasize that one of the things that was really remarkable about this, I referred to this eclectic group that we brought together. There was county agencies, state agencies, city agencies, but really what I want to emphasize, but faith-based groups, there was a number of different contributing entities. And what I was really proud of, and really proud to be a part of, was a synergistic effort at trying to address this. What we're going to talk about here is what do we do from this point forward, and Karen's going to speak, eloquently to that issue, I'm assured. However, that said, I would submit to you that that synergistic effort is really something that we can move forward on not only this project, but other projects. And so the relationship with the county is remarkable at this moment. And with that said, I'd like to openly state that I'm really thankful to all of their contributions, the county and all these different agencies. We certainly couldn't do it without them, and quite frankly, they took a leadership role. So with that said, Karen.
Good evening. I'm excited to be here and get to hear all about all the things that you get to hear about at City Council meetings. I'm Karen Larson. I'm the Mental Health Director for the county, and effective July 1st, I will be the branch director for the Adult and Aging Services for the Integrated Health and Human Services Agency, which is quite a mouthful, and I guess the most important thing for me to communicate to all of you is that the county really, you know, through the economic downturn, we laid off about 40% of our staff at the county, in my department and the public health department and in DESS. And that was horrible for everybody that worked at the county. But it also gave us an opportunity to recreate a system that was pretty broken in terms of how we served the vulnerable populations of our county. As we move forward into the new fiscal year, we are designing the Health and Human Services Agency as an integrated agency between health, alcohol, drug, and mental health, and Department of Employment and Social Services. And we're creating branches that can serve populations of individuals and wrap services around them. Very similar to what we did with the Bridge to Housing project, honestly. We will, because our vulnerable populations don't have one need. They don't come to the county and say, oh, I have a mental health need, but I'm fine on everything else. When they come to us for services, they oftentimes need a multitude of services, and navigating our system, we don't make it easy. We haven't historically made that easy for them. If you have a mental illness and have to go through 6 different doors in order to get your benefits and find out about employment and get your mental health treatment, you know, it's too cumbersome. So our vision moving forward is to have branches organized by population of focus. We will have a child, youth, and family services branch, an adult and aging branch, a community health branch, and then a service center branch, which is more around eligibility and employment kind of services. There's a smattering of other things that will be in the department, but in terms of the people seeking services, that's how we're going to organize ourselves. One of the things that I'm most excited about is that within my branch, I will have the homeless services. That's not to say that we don't have children or families experiencing homelessness, but the bulk of our homeless population in Yolo County are adults and the aging population. So in addition to myself, the county has taken back the homeless coordinator position. It used to be a half-time position that was a contract position, and we're going to create that as a full-time position that will be housed with the county. And we'll have the neighborhood court social worker will be a part of that team. We have a mental health specialist dedicated to the homeless population, and we'll be partnering with all of the homeless providers locally to better wrap around our homeless population. So I'm really excited to have that under my branch. Really proud of the City of West Sacramento for your partnership on the Bridge to Housing project, and grateful for your support along the way. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Johansson.
Yeah, are you coordinating with Yolo Housing as well? Yolo County Housing, because I think I'm on the board of the Housing Authority, and we've talked about kind of the Bridge to Housing Point 2 or 2.0 or whatever. And I know Lisa Baker, she hasn't really kind of got this thing together yet. She hasn't really brought it to us, but she also has some thoughts on that, and you know, to kind of keep things coordinated as well, because the Homeless Commission is also under the Housing Authority. So you are coordinating?
Yeah, Lisa and I talk regularly, and she has a lot of plans. She's actually quite brilliant, and I think we're working with HPAC, the Homeless Poverty Action Commission, and all of the homeless providers locally on the 10-year plan and some of the other initiatives, so we can weave those together and make sure we're moving forward in a mindful way. I know the City of Davis is very interested in some version of the Bridge to Housing project.
All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
All right, so that concludes our work on item 12. That brings us to item 13, which is consideration of ordinance 15-3, repealing chapter 12.04 of the municipal code concerning parades, and repealing and reenacting municipal code chapter 12.08 concerning special events. Ms. Richardson.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, we have before you tonight an ordinance that you've seen in various forms at a couple other meetings, but tonight we're asking you to do the official first reading of the ordinance. And the ordinance that's is here tonight is the one you saw last week, but with the changes that are redlined from the comments that we received at our last meeting. At the last meeting, there was some discussion about establishing entertainment districts, and maybe we had presented some boundaries, and there was concern that the boundary was too narrow. So in the staff report attached to the ordinance tonight is another map that identifies two different entertainment districts. We have a proposed waterfront entertainment district boundary, and then a downtown entertainment district boundary. Again, the primary difference in the entertainment districts versus the other parts of the city has to do with times of events and just expectations for what people can expect in those events, in those areas, if it is an entertainment district. So again, we debated whether or not to have just one larger entertainment district or actually break it down into the two areas. It probably doesn't really matter because there's nothing that is different between the two, but we thought that in the future there might be some reason to have some separation from them. Again, these entertainment districts are not included in the ordinance. They would be adopted by resolution. The ordinance is just an enabling mechanism for doing that. The council did express concern about the notice requirement for businesses and residents in these entertainment districts, feeling that it could become cumbersome if we required a notice every time there was some type of event. So the revised ordinance requires notification for the larger events, the Category 3 events only. That doesn't mean that if someone is precluded from, we're precluded from having that as a condition if there was something unique about an event, but it is only required for Category 3. This particular ordinance also repeals the parade ordinance. Upon further review, we realized that the parade ordinance there was a lot of duplication in there, so we decided to recommend that we repeal the parade ordinance, include some of the unique provisions in there, and then just kind of streamline things. Again, there's the matrix that you've seen before that compares the current ordinance with the proposed ordinance, and there's the boundary map for the proposed entertainment districts. If the council moves forward with the first reading tonight, the next steps would be to come back on the June 3rd meeting with the second reading, the resolution for the adoption of the entertainment districts. And then in the report where I mentioned that we would be bringing back a council policy on the fee waiver or reductions. We're proposing to possibly bring that to the Parks Commission first, and then bring that back to the council subsequently. So I'd be happy to answer any questions and interested in getting council comment on the boundaries of the entertainment district.
Any questions or comments? All right, is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I'll move the recommended action.
Right, it's been moved by Mr. Johansson and seconded by Ms. Andine. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries.
Thank you.
Item 14 is a workshop on the biennial capital improvement budget and 5-year capital improvement plan.
Evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. If it's okay with the council, we're actually going to switch those around and do the 15 first, the budget and CIP afterwards, unless you strenuously object, or even don't strenuously object.
Okay, so the department director wants to leave. All right, so the item 15 then, we'll return to item 14 next is the budget workshop for fiscal years 2015-16 and 2016-17.
Thank you and good evening again. Chris, you want to put up the PowerPoint? Mayor and Council, I'm going to try to get through the PowerPoint relatively quickly because this is a workshop and it's really the council's opportunity to provide direction to staff so that we can prepare a balanced two-year budget. Before I start, I want to recognize all the department heads who were part of the budget committee, city manager, assistant city manager, help review everything, and then obviously Nitish Sharma, my budget manager, who is obviously my right-hand person throughout this process. Maybe I have the clicker here. Oh, let me go back. Maybe you'd be better to do it before I start moving ahead. So first thing I would like to do, if you go back one. Thank you. This slide represents a couple items. Number one, staff would like to confirm with the council the direction we've gotten previously on how we should spend any surplus general fund. So you can see the four items there: increase general fund reserve balance, increase or restore city services, modest and sustainable increases in personnel costs, retention of money for strategic plan initiatives or infrastructure needs. So we'll be asking for some confirmation tonight. Go through the assumptions on the budget to make sure the council is okay with the assumptions that we've used. We've used a 5% increase in property tax for both years. In the first year for sales tax, we've taken the 3.9 from our sales tax consultant, but we've reduced it based upon the loss of HD Supply and the impending loss of Macy's.com halfway through the year. We've also included the $1.11 million of one-time money that we'll get due to the end of the triple flip. And then in year two, we have just the 3.9 increase again, reduced based upon the losses of those two businesses. Included in the documents we'll be sharing in a moment are personnel step increases for employees who are not at the top, and an average salary range increase, not an increase in the range, but a movement in the range of 3% for unrepresented employees who are not at the top. So that's included in the numbers. We've included all of the PERS increases, which, as council knows, are substantial due to the smoothing and longevity. We've included the full funded of the ARC, the annual required contribution for retiree health, as the council has passed every year since we since GASB adopted the requirement that we have a plan to fund that. And we have taken out of the budget numbers the employee concessions for the unrepresented employees. And then we've included a 2% O&M increase. And then as I think council is aware, we also had an increase in animal control from 77,000 to 131,000. So a greater increase than we anticipated. We've included that in the budget. So those are our basic assumptions. Next slide. Tonight, we'll be seeking some direction on some of these assumptions and other issues and proposed plans so we can adopt the budget. So again, at the end of this evening, staff will be seeking direction on our budget assumptions, the supplemental requests that I'll go through in a moment, the personnel budget adjustments that we'll present, the proposal to allocate $300,000 a year to the general fund reserve, a proposal that the $504,000 in one-time money that was in this year's budget but will not be needed be put into a new fund that we've actually already created called the Budget Stabilization One-Time Money Fund, and that money be earmarked for strategic plan initiatives. And you'll see later there's another set of money that we're proposing be earmarked in that same fund. We'll want to address some issues for not necessarily direction tonight unless council has some, but for future discussion on the tree mitigation fund, utility funds, how to deal with the public works and the community development fund debt from the downturn part of the economy, and prepare the council to have a discussion later about the long-term funding plan for early learning services. You've seen this chart before, but I think it's a very illustrative chart on sort of the last 7-8 years for the city. You can see that from 2010 through 2013, we obviously had expenditures that were greater than our revenue. We had a big hole, and we fixed that hole with a balanced approach from the council, which included employee concessions, expenditure reductions, and the judicious use of some one-time money to get through the bad times. The good news here is that in 13-14 and 14-15, our last two-year budget, we thought we were going to use one-time money and we're going to have a shortfall, and we ended up not having a shortfall in either one of the years. So that's good news. We had, as I said, we have $504,000 that we thought we were going to have to use that we'll be able to put into strategic plan initiatives for the next 2 years. And you can see that we're projecting revenues exceeding expenditures, not by a significant amount, but at least by some for the next 2 years. Next slide. The next 3 slides I'll go through very quickly. I just wanted the council to be aware that we have entered into an agreement with a company called opengov.com. We're working with them right now, and as soon as we load the 14-15 numbers, we'll provide council with the ability to, and some directions on how to use this website. Also, our citizens and businesses will be able to use this website with taking our data and looking at the data however they want to slice it and dice it and take a look at what we're doing. We control how far down people get to go, but this is a good snapshot from OpenGov. And what it really shows is that our revenues, one of the strengths of our city is that we don't have any one revenue source that dominates. You can see we have a whole variety of revenue sources that end up constituting, the full revenues of the city. And you can see, obviously, the downturn in 2009 in our revenues there. We project that when you see 14-15, that you'll start to see this an uptick in the next 2 years when we get that in. Next slide. Here's the expenditures. I think the key here is to compliment the council on the fact that if you look at our expenditures in 2009, unlike a lot of other cities, we made adjustments immediately upon seeing what was happening with the economy, so we didn't wait and hope that things would get better. And so when our revenues went down, our expenditures went down. And the other thing I think important here is you can see we don't have any one group of expenditures that dominate. Some public agencies, the personnel services dominate significantly more than we do. We've got obviously a significant amount of personnel costs, but we have operations and maintenance, debt service, capital outlay, so we're fairly balanced in how we spend our money. Next slide. Finally, the last slide from OpenGov, just is really to demonstrate that when you go to the general fund and you look at where our money comes from, our 41 million, you can see that almost 40 million of it comes from 3 sources. So property tax, sales tax, and other taxes. That's really, we don't have any magic, drawer in the finance department where we hide some special funds that come in. It's these sources, and that's where we get our money. Okay. All right, getting to where we are in this 2-year budget. Here is the current state. As I said, we're projecting 14-15 not having to use that $504,000 and ending the year with $667,000 of surplus, first surplus since 2008. So that's good news, but $667,000 doesn't go very far, as council is aware. The next year, the projection is, as you see, the 1.713, but you have to take out the 1.11, so it's really a $600,000 surplus with $1.1 million in one-time money. Then we begin to start to see the uptick in 16-17, where we have about $1.3 million in projected surplus. So that's our starting spot. And again, that doesn't include, any increases in salaries, in salary ranges, or MOU agreements. That's just with the assumptions that I indicated in the second slide. So supplemental budget requests, these have obviously come through from the department heads, gone through the budget committee and the city manager review, and are now being presented to council for your direction. First, in the fire department, there's a supplemental request for an additional $125,000 in overtime due to a shortfall. Both Chief Martinez and Chief Heilman have indicated that during the downturn when we cut O&M significantly, that we actually cut too deep in this area, and we've been they're under budget in their overtime. This is for filling for sick leave, workers' comp, FMLA, and also for mechanics overtime. We're very fortunate, actually, and save a significant amount of money that we have at least 3 of our firefighters that are expert mechanics, and we save a lot of money with them working overtime, actually, to keep our engines and apparatus working versus sending them out, which we've done analysis that it would cost significantly more. So there's a $125,000 in each year for the overtime. For the police department, the requests are 2 police officers, at CALEA coordinate, and let me just point out, the police officers, that's really a restoring of services, right? We're down 8 police officers from our cap, so we're just trying to slowly restore services by adding 2 more. A CALEA coordinator that really goes to the council's strategic plan initiative. I can't read it from this far away, but on best practices. So one of the things the chief has asked for and the committee is recommending is a CALEA coordinator to help with the best practices. There's a couple reorganizations that require some reclassifications, some overtime for the bike patrol, that we've established a bike patrol, but we don't actually have positions that are in bike patrol. We use overtime to get the bike patrol out and active. And so we funded that with one-time money in the last budget. So we're asking for some overtime for that purpose. And then there's some additional training costs that the chief is asking for in order with the new schedule to get the training necessary for our officers. So you can see that that's a $529,000 in year 1 and $444,000 in year 2. Next slide. Parks and Rec is requesting very little, really just a reclass. This is really almost a restoring of services to a secretary position that had been eliminated and is needed in exchange for a senior clerk. That's why it's just a $12,000 item. There's a groundskeeper that was in the last budget already approved that will now fill, just sort of as a demonstration that staff is very careful, even when council approves positions, not to hire them until we have the money to afford them, either usually through the city manager and through me as the director of administrative services. Public Works is again a restoring of services. They used to have 5 facility maintenance workers. It got cut to 4. They're asking for the 5th one to be back. That's not the full cost. That's the general fund cost. The rest of the cost gets spread out amongst other departments. Administrative services, similar to fire, I think we tried to be a team player and cut a little too deeply in our recruitment expenses. Because of the number of recruitments we're doing, the cost of medical exams, psychological exams, and backgrounds, we've just been over budget. Made up for most of it in other areas, but this department's asking for $10,000 a year of a little excess money. City manager's office is asking for a communication officer position. There's an anticipation that during the 2-year budget we may have a retirement, so it's costing out at about $75,000 for that position. Will be paid for from the cable fund that we believe we have enough money to be able to pay for that out of the cable fund. Then the next group of requests come from a couple items. First, as I think council is aware, our unrepresented employees their benefits and salaries are set every 2 years. We did a compensation survey of all of the unrepresented positions. We're asking for some equity and some internal adjustments and some reorganizations. Basically, positions that were more than 5% below average salaries would move either to 5% or a maximum of a 4% increase. Then there's some internal alignment that we did afterwards and a couple reorganizations. It's $116,000. You can see 69 to the general fund and 7 to the support fund. Last couple items. In the fire department, they are down 9 positions, but they really can't hire 2 at a time like they can in the police department because you need all 9 to get Engine 45 back running, which is the long-term goal. So what the committee is recommending is that we begin sort of a set-aside as we hire police officers. We take some money. When we have this excess money, we put it into the budget stabilization fund, sort of setting aside funds so that we can hopefully get Engine 45 up and running maybe a year or 2 earlier rather than waiting till we have enough income by itself. Sort of like you would set aside money for your down payment on your house before you while your income gets high enough where you can actually afford the payment, but you need the down payment. So we're recommending putting $220,000 into the one-time fund and earmark it ultimately for firefighters down the road. There's also a request, and again, all the department heads are here to address any detailed issues that you may want, but there's also a request that we reduce the authorized positions in the fire department of the captains, engineer, and firefighters from 57 to 54, which is really how we've been working for the last 3 years. There really has not been, occasionally we've been at 55, but it's been generally at 54. Because until we have engine 45 back working, having more people results ultimately in sometimes people just extra bodies being in the station, and it really is not cost effective. Put a fourth person on an engine, and when we don't need it, put them in a so rather than do that and have the personnel costs look low, but the overtime look high, the request is reduce the staff and increase the overtime, so that if somebody were to look at our overtime budget versus our actual overtime, it would actually match up, rather than having to explain why it's high because we have positions that we haven't filled. And then finally, there's 2 maintenance positions in Public Works, one in sewer and one in water, that we're asking you to tell us, to give us direction to whether you're okay with us putting in the budget. And we're asking that the positions be authorized, but that they not be filled without the city manager and director of administrative services authorization, so we can make sure we have the funds to be able to pay for this. Next slide. So I can either stop and we can talk about general fund, or I can get through the public works and community development and get to all the questions and let's get through. Okay. So public works, very quickly, just the budget anticipated that we were going to be, after the adjustments, negative 132,000. It turns out now we think we're going to be positive 43, so that's good. The big issue here that we need to talk about is the $867,000 in debt from the bad period of time. And the challenge we have here, and we will have in community development, is the 2 directors are both working on sort of the zero-sum game budget, where they're trying to work the budget where the money that the general fund uses for work that Public Works does that they can't bill for pays for that work, no more, no less. And we think we have pretty clear direction from the council not to be charging outside people more than it actually costs for the work. And so the reality is that they're not going to be able to pay this money back. And the auditors have actually questioned me as the director of finance, what's your plan? So we don't have to decide it tonight, but we have to have a plan as to, are we going to write this off, or are we going to really come up with a plan, and what's that plan going to look like if we're going to try to pay that debt back? But aside from that, Public Works Engineering is looking like it's slightly in the black, which is good. And the long-term plan that the Denix is proposed and that we support is currently Public Works Engineering gets about $189,000 for work that they do for other departments. We now have the ICAP approved, which is a process we had to go through with the state. So we will now be charging the actual costs for all of our grants and all of our work that we do for the state and for our CIPs and for the outside businesses that we do work for. The gap is when they do work for other departments, we just charge the wages and benefits, not the indirect costs, because we charge, it just doesn't make sense. So that's where they get the extra money from general fund to make up that. And his plan is to do an analysis and make sure that he's not getting too much or too little. And then if he's getting too much, the money will go back to the general fund. And if he's not getting enough, then the general fund will have to provide the difference between the two. So again, there'll be no extra money to pay the debt back that way. All right, next slide. Community development, council's aware and has approved us, Charlene, running the department in a different model because this model has been running in the red. So we've approved that we're going to bring in some positions in-house because we can believe we can solve this problem on a go-forward basis. Right now, we were projected at a negative 53. And then it looks like we're coming in about a negative 102. So we still haven't completely solved the problem, but again, the hope is that this new operating model will get the community development department running on a balanced budget and go forward. but as you can see, we've got a $2.4 million loan from the general fund that we need to determine what we're going to do long-term, just whether we're going to write it off, whether we're going to try to get it paid off. Hard to pay it off because you're going to be generally charging somebody more than, than you're actually, the cost of actually providing the service, which, again, we don't think council wants us doing. Next slide. The other issues, just to council to be aware of, the tree mitigation fund, we've solved the problem short-term, but we don't have a long-term solution. We've got some money from flood, some money from CFDs and a grant that we think will get us through, but there's no other money after that. And so we're going to have to come up with a long-term solution for how we're going to deal with the tree mitigation fund. Utility funds, we have some rate studies going on right now that but we're going to have to take a look at. We've been running at a deficit, but we've had a large surplus that we've been able to use. But we're going to have to fix that. At some point, we're running, Dennis, correct me if I'm wrong, it's about $500,000 a year we're running at a deficit in the
refuse fund.
In the refuse fund.
Yes.
Right. So as you know, we're looking at whether we're going to do an RFP or enter into a new contract, but we do need to, as $500,000 a year, it will be in the negative if we don't make an adjustment to how we're doing these funds going forward. Road fund, we've talked about that obviously to the council a number of times with SB 16. The hope is, and the director has told me that if that passes, that we should be fine for the short term for the next 5 years. There should be money to do projects, so hopefully that will get passed. The housing fund we have separated from community development and have it now run separately because it really is a requirement with the elimination of redevelopment. But we're going to need about $150,000 from Measure G in order to balance that fund. There's really no place else, and Measure G has the ability to fund it. Early learning services, as I said before, it's in a negative by about $23,000 this year, but they've got a $577,000 surplus. But there's going to be a reduction again. So Carol and the staff will be putting together a plan to try to sort out how we're going to deal with the early learning services on a go-forward basis. We're okay during this 2-year budget. Transit fund, as Mayor Pro Tem Ledesma pointed out earlier this evening, they hit us with a $228,000 increase in cost suddenly about a week ago, right about when Animal Services hit us with another $131,000. So we were scrambled a bit. What this means for us is that instead of having $530,000 every year that we get to put towards roads and or operation of streetcar in those early years, is it'll be $228,000 less. We'll still be putting money away, $300,000, but it's going to be at a slower rate. So that's really the key there. Okay. So tonight, asking council direction on the proposed budget assumptions, supplemental requests, the personnel adjustments, general fund reserve allocations, strategic plan allocations, and any other direction that council would like to give staff, so we can come back hopefully on June 3rd with a balanced 2-year budget for the council's approval.
All right, I'll lead off since I'm seeing the hands. So overall, I think this is a good start on the budget, and appreciate all the detail and the work that the department directors and their teams and the budget committee put into doing it. I did have a couple of overarching comments and then some specific ones. The first is just on the. I think it's clear, but if it's clear, I'm uncomfortable with the one-time ongoing distinctions that are here to some extent. So you're describing this new fund that's one-time / strategic initiatives, which is then going to be spending $207,000 on firefighters that are going to be permanent employees into the long term. So this piece, and you know, this has been a significant interest of I think the councils around. We need to be very clear around as we are making commitments into the future, particularly on the personnel side, that we are accounting for them. We are accounting for them, planning them, scoring them on the long-term basis, not on the what does it cost us in terms of this year's resource availability. So I guess in that particular fund, the two questions were, why would that be the place where strategic initiatives come from? And then a corollary to that question is, does that mean, you're not thinking, are you, that the one-third, not the one-third, the tripartite budget increment strategy that we have is to be satisfied by deploying one-time resources on strategic initiatives and ongoing resources on the other two sides of that equation?
Sure.
Is that?
Yeah, no, there is additional money. Staff anticipates, when we bring the budget to you, there will be additional money of the surplus that will be specifically identified for strategic plan initiatives, aside from this 504. So this is simply, we have this money. It normally would go back it was going back into Fund 103.
Either 103 or the General Facilities Fund, Capital Fund, that excess general fund revenue goes there. So what we did is we created a new fund at the moment, and that's, the proposal is to put it either there to set it aside.
So one of those other funds that we had had really distinct purposes. So the facilities fund was for facilities, and we had a long-term debt fund, which was long-term debt. When we got this one-time money, it was being put into the long-term debt or the facilities fund. And as I looked at it, I said, well, that's not really what it's for. It's not for, council hasn't said this is for facilities, and it's certainly not for debt, but it was plugged in there. And so, to be honest, Natisha and I were at a CSMFO conference, and they talked about if you have this excess money, put it in a budget stabilization fund. We called it one-time money because council's aware that we have some of this one-time money. We wanted to make it clear that that's where we're putting the one-time money as well. So staff can change the name, but.
I appreciate, I like the clearer accounting about one-time money than I think we have had.
Correct.
Yeah.
The sort of magic appearance of one-time money whenever someone wants to do it. It's really the two pieces of West, we've had, it's a policy determination around what the right balance between the three parts of the increment is. But I think we've been somewhat clear that distribution is not 45, 45, 10. Right? There's no mandate that it be one-third, 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 but and strategic initiatives can mean lots of things, but they won't only mean one-time things.
Right.
And they may not mainly mean one-time things going forward. And so just don't want to think that we're satisfying that obligation by putting strategic initiatives over here, right, and then only funding 10% of the increment to strategic initiatives and service improvements, right, when we get to that next stage. But the other piece was the firefighter piece, which I don't quite understand, because we don't make a down payment on a firefighter. We're making a monthly payment essentially. Right. So it seemed more like we would be using one-time money to make the first, some first set of the monthly payments without yet knowing that we have the funding long-term. What's the rationale for using a one-time funding source for a permanent personnel adjustment?
So we're not proposing we use a one-time money source. We're actually proposing that we use some of the surplus general fund money, since we're not going to spend it right now because we don't have enough for 9 firefighters, that we take some of that, a piece of that surplus, and we put it there and just identify it. The idea simply being that as we see our revenues improve, and when we get to the point where we go, okay, we have enough revenue to pay for 9 firefighters on an ongoing basis, we might have a chunk of money we put away to allow us to do that a year ahead of time. We can put the money in anticipation when we see the revenues going up. We don't have to wait till the year after we have enough revenues. We could say, we've put away a little bit of money so we can get that engine a year earlier than maybe, than we could otherwise, anticipating that we're going to have the revenue to pay on a regular basis, on an ongoing basis. So it's really, that was the thought.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think it was just to establish some discipline for ourselves so that the money wouldn't be spent on something else, so that it'd be set aside. We're not using it for anything else, and so that it would gradually build up in the one-time fund, but then we would have disciplined ourselves not to spend that money someplace else.
So essentially budgeting on the ongoing budget this amount that will go into the one-time fund.
Correct.
Each year. So you're carving that money in the.
Correct. That's correct.
And you're simply, when it gets there, you're saying you said earmarking it for future use.
Yeah.
Possible
futures. I mean, it's there with an earmark. The council, it will be there every year. The council could use it for whatever the council wants to. It's in this It's not, there's no commitment that it has to be used for firefighter. It's just, as Carol said, we're trying to discipline ourselves that we know at some point we have to get Engine 45 working. That's, $1.5 million, and it could take a long time to have the ongoing money. So if we can discipline ourselves to put a little bit away, maybe we can do it a little lower. So that was the thought.
I mean, the carve-out part, those seem like they are separable strategies.
They are.
Right? So we could just say we are carving out this, and each year that carve-out is going to be a little bit bigger.
Correct.
Until it gets to be $1.5 million. But because, in the year X, when we have enough money to have 9 firefighters in total, in year X minus 1, we're not gonna need, $3 million that is built up in order to advance that. So it seems like an overly robust saving strategy to get a year or two in advance. Maybe if we give us more of the analytics about what's underneath that.
Okay.
But it seems like you could separate those and have the carve-out happening so that there's a growing reservation inside the budget, the ongoing budget each year for that to occur, but without earmarking the funds right now for a down payment
Sure.
into the future.
Okay.
So it'd be, if I'm just not understanding how the numbers work and this really is necessary, but that definitely be one area for me of question.
Okay.
The other kind of overarching one is, there were, several times we were talking about restoring, or the fire department's down 9, the police department's down this, Parks is down that. We need to find the right balance between trying to get our service level right.
Sure.
Without creating an expectation and a culture inside the organization that we are returning to 2008 or 2007. We declared we were at a new normal, and so to me, we're at 0 now. And the 9, if we're adding 9 firefighters, they should be added because it's the necessary thing in order for us to deliver the level of service and the kind of service that we want now. Not because we are trying to get back to that other period of time, because that's a rat hole for us if we try to do that across all departments, and we've tried, and it's not necessary. So I think as the way we describe it, we should start to move away from the restoration points, except with respect to the employee concessions. We should be moving away from restoration and thinking about what is needed to deliver the level of quality and range of services that we want today. There's a couple of very discrete ones, just a technical one, because I bring this up all the time. On the Public Works, the 2 positions, the approval of, at least it's been our custom and practice, we delegate authority to the city manager only.
Okay.
So if the city manager then just says, I'm not going to sign this unless the Director of Administrative Services signs on too, that's his business. But we don't micromanage the internal approvals below the city manager as generally as a matter of custom and practice here. Then the other is the cable piece. And it's too bad for the city manager, this came up the same night as the broadband issue. Because the cable, there's really no nexus between the cable TV fund and our social media and press release, activity. Yes, they are both kind of about communications, but there's really no nexus there. So there's no, I don't really see the rationale for why we would be earmarking that specific fund, why the city manager's office has access to that fund for their request that's separate from the general fund, more generally. If we want to make a transfer from the cable fund to the general fund that fits all of the supplemental requests in total, that makes some sense, but there's no, the cable TV is not a city manager's, discretionary.
Just so
But the other
council-
piece of it, the other reason why I'm raising that is that if we're going to do the kind of work that we just implored Charlene to take on with no resources, and she had no time to make a supplemental request, based on what we said, this is exactly the place where that ought to be funded. And so before we eat that up with unrelated expenditures, I think we ought to at least, we ought to have the option ahead of us to consider, a modest, without committing ourselves right now, but at least the option to consider, modest investment from that fund in the kind of broadband work that we just discussed.
And just to remind the council, we have over the last 2-year budget actually transferred $300,000 from the cable fund to the general fund to balance the budget. So we could certainly transfer the rest of the money and use it however council sees fit. I guess that's really the suggestion, is that was where we were looking for some money, and you're right, the connection was probably pretty thin. But I get the,
Yeah, it's just, if it's, we need money from the cable fund for the general fund, we should just do that. But then the city manager's requests ought to compete with everyone else's requests for the general fund, not have a special access to that fund in particular. Okay, Mr. Johannesson.
Yeah, I think, well, I think it looks good. I'm supportive of staff's request, but I did want to highlight a couple things on here, and it's really just a comment. And I think this is the CALIA coordinator and the body cameras.
okay.
I think this is, in light of what's going on, in the country, kind of the reevaluation of police work. I don't know, maybe if the chief wanted to talk about CALIA and what this is going to get. My understanding is this is a monitorable program on a lot of what we're doing in terms of having a police force that's responsive to the community. And maybe you could just explain briefly what the CALIA is and what this person will do.
CALIA is the Commission of Accreditation for Law Enforcement Agencies. It's a national kind of an effort to ensure that professionalism in the law enforcement community. It should be noted that West Sacramento Police Department, as I understand this, was actually CALIA accredited. I believe it was the first in the state. Now what happened was, and so I can give you an overview of how I view CALIA. Since I got here, my goal is to professionalize, by that enhance the professionalism of the department. I think that's really important that we do that. Certainly want our officers to treat the community with respect and dignity, and that speaks to the heart, or it speaks to education. But I also want to legislate, I want to regulate their actions. So we want to make sure that our policies and procedures represent best practices across the nation. And then we want to take those practices, those policies and procedures, and implement them appropriately within our department. And that takes effort to make sure that they're customized, they specifically work for this city and this department. It's not a Band-Aid approach to this whole thing. From that point, which by the way is labor intensive, from that point we want to make sure that we conduct audits, consistent audits with everything that we do, so that our integrity matches our ethics. In fact, we do what we say we do. And that is important because to me, it's really, it's not what we say, it's what we do that really is going to mark who we are. And that's really important to us. In the prior implementation of CALIA, it was done in a manner that really didn't work. What they did is they sent out all these audits, these proofs is what they referred to them, and they ultimately were a greater workload on the workforce themselves. We're struggling right now just to do the job. And at the same time that we're struggling to do the job, I'm emphatic that we do the job better. So this particular individual is really guided we're asking for this particular individual so we can specifically assign he or she to that function of integrating those policies and procedures, ensuring them working with all the different entities within the department, and then conducting those audits and making sure that we are in fact doing what we say we do. So I believe that this is a key point to our professionalism as we move forward. It will provide a degree of credibility that this department at this point we can't really speak to. I want that for us. I want that for you. I want that for our community. And this is, I believe it's a big step forward in that area.
Great, thank you.
Ms. Endine?
Thank you, Mayor. I thank you for the great work that you and those of you on your team and in the departments have done. I can only imagine that this is just so many variables and so complicated, and the assumptions that go into all this. So again, thanks for the work. I do need to share that I did have the same reaction as the mayor with the word restore, just because I just think we all have heard about the new normal, and and so I think you got that message. I had the same reaction. I did appreciate in the staff report, as we're looking at kind of what's coming next, and again, this goes to the variables that are ever changing. I think as for example, the drought, and we're going to see reductions in water usage, which is going to affect our revenues and so forth. I just think in that, it sounds like we'll be hearing more about that next time around, but I really appreciate the attention, because it's so many levers and so many variables that are that are moving forward. In terms of the direction you're looking for us, I do agree that I think we need some balance, and you've heard me before mention, I really need to understand what one-time versus ongoing sources are, because that does, over time, if everything we're hearing and again, echoing the mayor, we're hearing or we're seeing ongoing expenses versus what we actually might be able to put into action for a short period of time. It does make a difference to the budget overall. So those are my general comments. Thank you.
Yeah, and the intent, council, was once staff gets the direction, when we come back with the actual budget, I'll have the breakdown of how much goes to each. I didn't want to presume that because I haven't got the direction yet, so which one of these are approved. But we will break down the ongoing, how much is going to personnel, how much is going to the reserves, how much is going to council initiatives to hopefully get you more comfortable with ultimately what we propose.
Thank you. I really don't have much more to add. Thanks for all your work on this and giving us the first look at it. And I'm glad to see revenues are stable and going up in some areas. And I know we're still facing the sales tax issue. I know we're hard at work at that. And I think I'm glad you brought up that there were certain things you in this workshop that you saw that now you'll learn from and kind of bring it back to us, because on the whole one-time fund for youth strategic initiatives, you know, frankly, I was just looking through your PowerPoint and trying to reconcile what's in the staff report, and it isn't clear sort of where that's, I got it now that you explained it, so it just, that part wasn't clear to me. So I'm glad you explained it, and maybe how you articulate it in the budget going forward is what the money's for and how it's managed through there. So we know it's a holding place for those one-time funds that can be used for X, Y, or Z. And then how do we, through the year, know what it's funding? So again, if it's midway through the year and you decide to use it for funding of a strategic initiative, we know that it's pulling for and what it's taken from. If it's earmarked for anything else, if it was originally earmarked for something else and we're taking that away, those are choices that at least I want to know about. And I really don't have any other comments. I'm supportive of staff's, of all the department heads' measured look at what is needed. We understand that the city has grown over the last step, has continued to grow population-wise in the last 5-7 years, even when our city resources were diminished. So, but I know the process you went through was, and that was clearly articulated, that the steps you had to go through to kind of ask for additional resources. So I appreciate that you still have that rigor and discipline embedded in us, because the part I do worry about is just kind of where the next 2 years go, if we can kind of continue on the revenue trajectory and kind of the growth that we're experiencing. So that's all I have.
The new normal.
This YCTD increase a little more?
Yeah, you know, I will take a moment, and I'll thank our Director of Public Works who certainly we saw it in the agenda and brought it to my attention. And he probably could explain it better than I could about the funds that are coming through the transit fund and what is actually paid out. And the transportation district is, there was not just myself, but other members of the board questioned the district about the increases to the city service, even to one board member asking, well, if we reduce bus service, do we get a reduction in price? And he knew that question was coming a long ways. That question was coming, and his answer was, we knew the answer was, which was we cut services means we're spreading out a higher cost to everybody. So I think it's one that he is aware of, that we are focused on. I brought it up about what it may take away from, and the fact that if we are using some of the money it's taking $228,000 that he's taken out is $228,000 we would put away for O&M on streetcar, which we would, I'm making the leap of faith, it's going to reduce our need for bus service to a certain degree and along the riverfront corridor, that it will change the dynamics of that completely. So why would we're getting hit twice, so to say, on that. So I don't think that conversation's over. I know you have to build it in from a projection standpoint.
Sure.
But maybe the Public Works Director wants to articulate a little more what he knows about that increase. You don't have to, I'm just asking if you want to.
Well, yeah, we had some of the similar questions, and we are planning to write a letter back to YCTD staff on that proposal. The question we have is, one of the increase in cost is on the paratransit services. We are just going to ask them, is there a different way to serve that need? Rather than just going with the traditional, this is how we've been doing it for in the past. And I don't know the answers, they may have the answers, but I just want them to think about it, if there is a different way to provide that service to keep the cost down and still get the same type of service or a similar level of service.
Right, and that was one of the big drivers of their costs. And he has been sounding that alarm for the past year at least about paratransit.
10.
I will say that
10 years.
I'm sorry?
10 years.
Yeah.
The original phone call I received said we're going to be increasing by 30%, and you don't want to know what I said in response to that. So at least it was down to 13% by the time we actually got it. And I do appreciate all of the comments. This will be very helpful. I don't know if Councilwoman Christoph has anything he wants to ask, but this is the purpose of the workshop is to be able to fine tune what we've done so far. And you're right, Councilmember Sandine, it's been a bit of a moving target. You know, people seem to think that you know, that the finance director knows exactly how much money and it's easy to predict, but it's a moving target. And when you get animal control suddenly increases and transit increases, I mean, we literally got those last week. And so you have to continue to monitor it. And that's why we literally look at our budget every month. Natasha and I meet every month and we go through it. We meet with every department every month. We really do take it very seriously to keep a very tight handle on it so that we can come to council if any of the things we've told you seem to be moving in a different direction. But the direction all in all is relatively good for the next couple of years. It's not overly exciting maybe, but we're very aware that it's of the ongoing versus the one time, and we'll break that down for you when we put the budget together.
All right. I'm glad Mr. Johansson brought up the Kalia and body camera issue. I think that's I strongly support them. The chief didn't talk much about the body camera, what we're buying for $100,000. So could you maybe give us a little bit?
We're buying body cameras for the entire patrol.
Yeah, obviously, body cameras is a big deal, and it's a significant thing. We are, one of the things I'm looking forward to, or we're anticipating actually, we're in a competitive process for a research grant. It's actually for a grant for body cameras. It's actually a academic grant, and so with this grant funding, we would get cameras. But more in it, and so obviously we may not need to tap this, the fund for that $100,000. I'll come back to why we put that in there. But the bottom line is that this particular academic grant would be seeking really the issue of, it'll address things like police accountability, reduction in citizen complaints, decrease in incidents involving police uses of force, tracking these types of things. And to me, it's all about, it is about professionalism. It is about our ethics and our integrity, and then obviously the fact that we are transparent in what we do. And so this grant is really geared towards trying to get these cameras, but also so that we engage in a discussion, in fact, a national discussion on the efficacy of those cameras and how they may impact not only what we do, but how we do our job. The reason why we put the monies in this particular budget for these cameras is it is a competitive grant. I'm not going to know much about this until probably more in the third quarter of this year. It does look good, but until I get it, it's just talk at this point.
Just one last comment. I think that you can see that the budget committee and all the department heads do understand that this is a new normal, and the city manager obviously. And so the requests are very geared towards the police department. And there's not a lot of requests from anybody else because I think all the department heads do understand that we're not going back to where we were. But the chief was convincing that we had some issues that we felt we needed to recommend to the council. So you can see it's obviously police heavy in this regard.
And just on the transit issue, because that's a large amount, but it's also, I know Denix is frothing at the mouth, hoping to get that money for road rehabilitation, which I actually don't support. I think we have a lot of transit needs and a lot of our development pattern and our land use pattern that assumes a much more than, hourly headways and the kind of really inadequate transit service that makes it impossible to use for most riders that aren't transit dependent today. But even that, if that gets eaten up because we're increasing by 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15%, then we won't be able to solve that even with the TDA revenues. So, our budget's not right. Our city budget is not right. Even on the fixed route service, the non-pair transit service, the city's budget is not rising anywhere near at the rate that the YOLO bus service is. And so both the fixed route and the pair transit alternatives need to be on the table. And RT is always an option too. It is, and there are emerging alternatives that are Uber, Lyft-like for paratransit clients as well, at least for a subset of the paratransit service area. And so, I think, looking at some, and I'm sure the district and the board is already doing this, but it's not sustainable to, even at an 8 or 9% increase, much less a 10, 11, 12, or 15% increase to do that, because TDA is not going to rise that fast over time, because we didn't get any new service.
Right. Right. They're actually reducing service, and ridership is going down. That's the paradox we have is, as a transit district board member, you look at that and the trends are going that way, costs going up, trends going down, and he's searching for other alternatives of revenue to help offset, subsidize the bus system, basically. So it's going to be a challenge. And I understand the options we might have, and I was going to throw in there, there's even private sector bus service occurring in San Francisco. I forgot the name of the service off the top of my head, but they're providing service from the Marina District and some of the areas along there into downtown financial district of San Francisco for a nominal fee and reliable service. And it's not making the transit folks happy down there, but a Public Utility Commission approved them as a utility. So again, it's just one of those things that things are changing.
Yep. All right, any further comments? All right, thanks, Mr. Wright. So then we'll return to item 14, which is the workshop on the biennial capital improvement budget and the 5-year capital improvement plan.
So I will simply start out very quickly. We'll put up the PowerPoint. This is a much shorter PowerPoint. Direction was given to all the department heads to look at 4 areas for capital improvement. Number 1, strategic plan initiatives. 2, any health and safety areas. 3, economic development. And 4, rehabilitation and replacement needs. So those were the directions given to the department heads, and you'll see that, again, we have a very limited number of requests that Nitish will go through.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Before I go into other slides, let me just give you a brief overview of the attachments in your packet. Attachment 1 illustrates the financial analysis of each of the CIP funds. The projected fund balance at the end of fiscal year 2017 of $21.4 million includes a bond measure for Measure V funds of $27 million. And 10 million of that approximately hasn't been committed yet, so that's that. And then approximately 4.5 million of flood in lieu fees hasn't been committed yet. That may be committed when the Southport EIP project will be going through, and we'll be bringing this item back to the council. Attachment 2 illustrates CIP budget request and plan by fund, and this is what finance uses to determine what the impact on each of the fund is. Attachment 3 is similar to attachment 2, but the projects are listed by category. And this is helpful for project managers to determine what kind of projects are, transportation, drainage, flood, and so on. Attachment 4 is something that the finance prepares, and that shows the active project, the council approved project, the expenditures to date, and the remaining authorization for each of the capital work order. We also have included the budget request in some of those work orders to demonstrate to council what the total project need would be if council approves the biennial budget. Before I go to the some of the proposed requests, I want to give you a brief overview of our historical analysis of CIP revenues. This data is from opengov.com. Actually, we upload this data to OpenGov, and then we produce a slide similar to this. In this slide, what you'll see is in 2009, 8-9, the city, approximately 90% of the revenues for capital funds were from impact fees or other financing source, which is blue, and that was redevelopment bonds. As we are all aware, redevelopment has gone away, and that was a loss in funding, and so did the impact fees from the economic downturn. However, our revenue source continued to be at the same level or even higher because the state and federal economic recovery programs. We at the city were very successful in pretty much every category of funding source. For example, Prop 1C, we received 23 million. Prop 1B, about 6 million. Prop 1E, which is the flood project and we used to complete the rivers and CHP, we received about $22 million. And we received ARA funding, almost about $2 million. So that is what shows the green and the federal funds. What you see is in the 10-11 and 12-13 are some of the revenue bonds. In 10-11 we did the flood bond, and then 12-13 we did the refinancing of the water revenue bond. And then from that refinancing, what we did is with the savings, we actually capitalized that into new project money. Going to the expenditures now. So in 2008-9, we were pretty balanced in each of the CIP funds, how we used to spend money, because the revenues were coming in each of the funds. However, in 9-10, from the economic downturn, and due to the grants we received, Prop 1C, and we did this CFD 23 and 27 bonds, developer-funded bonds, we were investing a lot of funds in the bridge district. In this label is showing Triangle project because the project changed names. So as you can see, in 13-14, it's getting back to normal, where we are we are spending money on the road fund, and that was related to the Mike McGowan bridge construction. This slide, I basically want to demonstrate to council that we have a lot of active projects remaining to complete. We have 128 projects with $56.9 million so far. As you can see, the next 2-year CIP, we have very minimal increases with only few major projects. Some of the major projects over $1 million are listed here in this slide. Total of these 11 projects is $29.2 million. So as you can see, 11 projects is going to be pretty substantial. Our city's capacity is about 15 million each year in project delivery. So again, this thing is going to be moving along. Going on to biennial CIP budget request. 15-16, the request is 38.7 million, and 16-17, the request is 1.4 million. Major projects over 1 million are listed here. Total of 7 major projects is 29.8 million, with 20 million going to streetcar. As you may have heard today, light rail extension project, we are not going for that local match. So that money will go back to the streetcar funding. There's no increase in cost for streetcar construction cost. proposed plan. The projects in this 3-year plan are based on the master plans previously adopted by council. As the council may be aware, we are currently working on the master plan for the water fund, sewer fund, stormwater, traffic impact. And at that time, we will be bringing to council the revised CIP for council to review and adopt. Major projects over $2 million in this plan. Some of the big ones are I Street Bridge circulation, Broadway Bridge, Pioneer Bluff plan relocation of Courtyard, Sycamore Trail Phase 2 and 3, some neighborhood road rehab, traffic improvement projects, police station, 14.6 million, Delta Lane housing Phase 2, and South State Street water main. This concludes my presentation, and I'll be happy to answer any questions council may have.
So just a structural one, and it's every single time, which is the, almost 99.9% of every project that you bring to us on these lists are things that we want to do. The real policy level discretion for us is what didn't make the list, right? Where the area of discretion, which is like what was the bottom of this list and what was the top of the, what we used to call below the line, so that we're able to make some assessment about where, you know, at the area of most discretion, what are the priorities that we have? So is there a way to read this that would give us that information?
That's a very good question. Actually, I remember from the last budget workshop too. So we created attachment 4, and as you can see in attachment 4, the current approved CIP budget is 56.9 million. And the city's capacity is to deliver on these projects is about 15 to maximum 20 million. So at this time, we haven't identified some of the projects that are not on the council's list, but we could do that during the CIP budget process, list all the projects that have been approved that may not be done within the next 2 years.
I guess I would answer just slightly differently. If you have the approved projects already and their cost, you have the proposed projects for the 2-year, and then you have the projects, the last slide that he showed, which is the 3 through 5 year. And so if some of those 3 to 5 year projects need to move into the 2-year, that would be some of the direction that we would seek. Knowing that, you know, we're going to have to come back on each of these individual projects to the council to actually get the authorization, because on both the money, because some of those projects, for example, if you said Courtyard, we got to do that in the next 2 years, I would say, okay, we don't have a funding source, so we'll move it up. We know how much, now we'll go try to figure out how we're going to pay for it. And we'd come back to the council with your direction that that is a project that needs to be in the 2-year. So that's why we have the 2 and the 5 year. The idea is the 2 years, what we're proposing that we focus on, and the 5 year is sort of out there. But if there are 5-year items that you say, Phil, you guys need to focus on these ones, these 2 projects, and maybe drop a couple of the other ones off, we're prepared to move them when we come forward with the final approval. Did that help?
Are there projects then that don't make the 5-year? I mean, is the 5-year every capital project that is anticipated or desired by one of the departments or in our strategic plan, or?
I would say that what we try to put on the 5-year is every project that either a department director says that they want to see on the project, or that we believe we've heard the council tell us, you know, you need to keep this, and if we're missing any, then that's simply an error, because the intent was everything in the 5 years should be anything that the council has talked about, you know, we got to keep this in the horizon. So we're not kicking things off the 5-year just to kick things off, because it doesn't really matter. We can have a million things on the 5-year. They're just things that the council or staff believes are important. So you can see there's a lot of money in the 5-year. We couldn't possibly, we can't do 49 in roads and 20 million for a police station, utility, and we can't do all that.
Okay, so the below the line then for now is to the right of this line?
Correct.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. Mr. Ledesma? Mr. Christoph?
And maybe it's just because it's getting late. But I thought I read in here where the Corp Yard was a $16 million project. That can't be right, can it? I mean, we've got the property on West Capitol Avenue. It's not that we have to buy it. We do need to improve it, but it's not a $16 million project.
No, that's the decommissioning, that includes the decommissioning of the wastewater treatment plant, I believe. Is that correct, Dennis? Dennis is looking at me like, what are you talking about?
Aaron Laurel can help answer the
Aaron,
question.
want to come help me?
This building was 16 million, right?
Yeah, I think the best answer at this point is that's an estimate. It does include some past assumptions like decommissioning, but we don't know yet. We're in the process of figuring out what the new courtyard is going to include, and we'll come up with cost estimates. So at this point, I just call that a placeholder. That's a good guess based on past data, but we're going to refine that number and come back with a more accurate amount.
And one of the things that I'm that I always get questioned on, it goes into both. It's not necessarily CPI, but retiree health. I mean, it's especially with what we're doing as far as PERS goes and all of the rest of it. Are we maintaining, because I think that they're going to request more, and do we have a way in which to make sure we're staying ahead of that whole retiree health issue?
Sure. So I can give you rounded numbers, but pretty exact. So when we started, when the GASB 45 started, and we had about a $21 million unfunded liability, and we started putting money away.
Right.
That unfunded liability's gone up to 29, but our unfunded liability has gone down from the 21 to, I think it'll be about 13 at the end of this year. So we fully funded it every year. It's a 30-year plan. The total liability will keep going up, but we continue to chip away at it. We've also had caps.
They don't do anything with it. And I'm shaking my head that it's got to come home to roost one of these days.
It is with some other cities in our, fairly close to us, who have very generous benefits and did not do anything very quickly to change it, and now they have second tiers, but the second tiers are going to take years, and they're getting hit with the huge increases in their unfunded liability.
Okay.
And as the council's aware, that will have to be put on our financial statement starting this next year, not below the line like it was before. The unfunded, I'm sorry, that's the PERS unfunded liability. But
Mr. Johannesson?
Thank you. Yeah, just maybe in light of the conversation we had on the broadband strategy, one of the items here is underground, utility undergrounding, which doesn't look like it's, the request is either this year or next year. So I'm wondering if there's anything, any adjustments that need to be made, for example, if there is a policy to, try to start getting this stuff in ground. And if there's any, projects that maybe aren't on the list, maybe could be put on the list because of just the interaction with the broadband policy. I'm not sure, I'm just asking the question because obviously it just came up tonight.
sure, we'll certainly look at and have that discussion.
The critical repair item on the fire department, the station ramps and the APE, which is, it's marked as a critical repair, which is just a flag, it's a flag, because it's not funded, it's below the line, so it's in the plan, but not the budget?
It's in the plan, yes.
So how critical is that critical repair?
It's not good to have critical things in the 5-year, is it?
I'll
Chief?
actually defer to Chief Howland.
It's in the 5 years, so tell them it's not too critical, okay?
Mayor, Council, basically it's the exhaust system at Station 45, and
It is fairly critical, but it can wait for the 5-year term.
All right. Anything else? No, I would just add on the courtyard issue, I think it might be helpful if you were to split those projects.
Okay.
Right, there's the cost of the new courtyard, and then there's the cost of making the existing property, our existing property footprint developable. And although we might choose to do them at once, we might not. I think we ought to, those are distinct objectives that we might have. Or we might be looking for whoever we want to sell the property to decommission their own sewer plant.
Exactly.
So. Ms. Andine?
I was just going to mention, I noticed there were some projects that are kind of responding to the drought situation, some of the park turf to water conserving planter conversions, and then the water meter retrofit, adding an additional 400,000. I was wondering, how close that gets us with the addition of the 400,000? Would that bring us to completion?
This does
Good.
provide the full funding
Oh,
for
great.
the water meter retrofit. This
Great.
was the last of it, so.
Thanks.
We received ARA funds for some of the funding,
Okay.
so that helped us.
Wonderful, thanks.
Yeah. So then how quickly would we expect the meters to be fully installed?
It's,
How quickly, Dennis?
Stay up here, Dennis. Half of this is yours.
So our current plan is to complete it by end of 2018. But like I reported at the last council meeting, we are trying to expedite it. I'm putting more staff into that effort, and at least 6 to 12 months ahead of that schedule. That's my goal. But the current schedule is 2018, end of 2018.
Okay. All right, anything else? Great, thanks.
Okay.
Thank you, good stuff. All right, that brings us to the council calendar. Ms. Richardson? Did you have another?
No, I just, no. I see one. Our insurance rates in the sky. Where do you find them?
City Manager Marty Tuttle texted me before the meeting and said to send his regards, and he will be back in the country tomorrow. And I'm going to point out that the first dig-in dinner is going to be May 28th, so if the council is interested in attending, please let me know so we can get tickets for you. In June, the City School 2x2 is on June 8th. It was moved from the June 1st regularly scheduled meeting to June 8th at the last time. And then I just wanted to point out to the council on June 10th, there's going to be the Rivermark grand opening at 10 a.m. And over in the Bridge District, and they're going to be serving lunch after the festivities.
All right, any questions on the calendar? City manager report?
I think we had enough tonight. Thank you.
All right. City attorney report? Staff directions from members of the council? Mr. Johansson?
I'm not sure if this is the staff director, a possible future agenda item, but I was approached by an outreach person from the Yolo County Health Department on some regulations some other cities are doing regulating electronic smoking devices. Basically, I think their issue is that there's no ban right now, as are smoking in public places, but it's not applicable to electronics. So she gave me some draft ordinances. It may be something that we may want to take a look at some point.
So for tonight, you're just asking the staff to take a look at it?
Yeah.
Okay. That's it. All right. Great. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem Ledesma.
All right, well, I just want to thank Carol and Mr. Doherty and some of the other, and our police chief, police officers for helping out on the Ride the Route event a couple of weeks ago. Thank you all very much. It was a successful event. I would say everybody came back safely, but that would not be accurate at all.
Oh, no.
But I think we accomplished all the goals. I just want to publicly say thank you all for your help and support on that.
Terrific. All right, we have no future agenda item requests, so is there a motion to adjourn? Okay, it's been moved by Mr. Ledesma and seconded by everyone else. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Meeting is adjourned.